Welcome everybody joining. I was running a little late there, so 15 minutes, not so big of a deal. Good to see you. And welcome peeps over on X. I am so sorry I didn't see you last time. I got this aggregator thing. It's supposed to alert me, but I have this open now. X confuses me, but I need to fix the live chat. I think that's one of the biggest things, and then it would be really rocking. Good to see ya. Settle on in. Settle on down. This is gonna be a fun one. I do feel there is pain coming, or pain has actually been happening. Pain and panic and all that stuff combined. It's funny because, I was in the store today. People are worried about all kinds of things. And I'm like walking through like, da-da-da. Hold on. How's it been going for you guys? Let me know. Don't be shy. Nothing's too big or nothing's too small. Nancy Lucky in the house. So good to see you. Good evening. With hearts and prayers. We got Pixie Cox in the house. Good evening to you. So good to see you. Wonderful, lovely ladies. Amazing patriots. Russia buying Alaska oil. I did not see that. Let's check that out. Something we should talk about. All right, digital soldiers, as you're coming in, as you settle down, I'm going to play this song for you. And I dedicated this to all you guys out there, and it's still to this day.
There's a moment you've awoken, your perceptions broadened. From the chrysalis you've emerged and now your view's much higher. We've expanded our thinking. We've woken up and now there's no more sleeping. Digital soldiers, truthers and warriors, it's 'cause of you the tables have turned. Over the target, removed from the platform, we dust off our boots and we return. Our stamina's endless, we can't just forget this. People deserve to know the truth. The curtain's falling, freedom's calling, and you know what you gotta do. Spread the truth. Spread the truth. Gotta spread the truth. Every live stream, every dank meme helps the mind awaken. Every link shared, each event aired for the sheep to take in. We've expanded our thinking. We've woken up and now there's no more sleeping. Digital soldiers, truthers and warriors, it's 'cause of you the tables have turned. Over the target, removed from the platform, we dust off our boots and we return. Our stamina's endless, we can't just forget this. People deserve to know the truth. The curtain's falling, freedom's calling, and you know what you gotta do. Spread the truth. You gotta spread the truth.
We got 17 people watching. Ah, yeah. truth. It's funny, when I first recorded that, the original recording, I go truth like that. And I think I felt like it was geeky or something, so I cut it out. So every time when I play it, I always go truth, but it's not there. So that's a little inside to that. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining. Please give me thumbs up. And if you're new here, please give me a follow, because that would help me out tremendously. So I was out, busy doing errands and shopping and stuff today. Yeah, I was like mid telling you guys about that, and then my phone rang and I got sidetracked. But I found myself being extremely happy, and because I am. But I looked around. Sorry, my hair is just crazy. I looked around and I could tell a lot of people were worried, or even on people's minds or conversations in the line. You can just tell that people at this point are like, what's going on? And I was in great spaces yesterday. I think it's OpQ. I hope I said your name right. And they were just going through all this stuff that, being awake for a while, sometimes you really do, I always say, at least I do, I'll call it bedside manner. Like, you forget to come at it gently. like the other day I was like talking about, hey, it was on Brad and I, or on MAGA versus the World. And I was like, hey, if you're like the 30% that resisted the vaccine, awesome for you, whatever. But then I realized, I was like, when then Brad came in, he's like, hey, but if you're somebody that got it, and you're here, like, we love you. Hopefully there'll be ways that can reverse the damage that has been done, all this stuff. And I realized, like, man, I gotta come at it a little easier, because this stuff's scary for people waking up for the first time. Can you imagine if when you woke up the first time, then you realized you took the vaccine, the COVID mRNA jab, I should say? That would be scary. That'd be scary. So it's like a gene mutating thing, I believe, using technologies that they figured out, through CRISPR. But the what I've thought about is that you should be able to reverse that. If you can use something to go in and change the DNA structure, you should be able to reinsert the original code. So, and I do think we're capable of that. So no fear. And I know it's a hard topic to come across, but there's a lot of people out there, a lot of doctors. There's a lot of cleanses you can do, all kinds of stuff. And then with RFK Jr., he's figuring out the health side of things. And we're going to get to that because the head of the FDA just resigned right as they start digging into the chemicals and poisons in our food. So I wonder if that's related. All right. So before we get into everything, guys, yes, it was, where was it? Okay. Nancy Lucky said, oops, I meant China. Yes. So we're going to pull that up because you mentioned it. I didn't have it pulled up, but I grabbed it. And so Clandestine posts this. So we're going to get it a little bigger here. A little bit bigger. And guys, thanks for joining. Please give me thumbs up if you just jumped in. All right. So Clandestine says, Trump says that she agreed to start buying oil and farm produce from the U.S. Yeah, that's really freaking huge too. Trump obtained leverage over China via control of the oil. And now they are agreeing to make fair trade deals with us. This is very, very historic what's happening here. The naysayers will never admit it, but Trump is a strategic mastermind. I agree.
Of their oil from that location.
Right, let's restart it.
They get a lot of their oil, 40% of their oil from that location. So what has happened, and one thing I think that we're going to make a deal on, they've agreed they want to buy oil from the United States. They're going to go to Texas. We're going to start sending Chinese ships to Texas and to Louisiana and to Alaska. And I think that was another thing that was agreed to. That's a big thing.
What about liquefied
It's
natural
not that
gas?
much longer.
Gas too?
Yeah, everything. Energy.
Energy.
That's the one thing they really need, energy. That's the one thing they have. an insatiable appetite for energy, and we have unlimited energy. You know, we've now under me, but we now produce more than if you combine Saudi Arabia and before the war, if you took Saudi Arabia, Russia, put them together, we're doing twice as much oil and gas as they are. Think of that. It's amazing.
Venezuela,
you know what that
one,
was?
we're two.
Called drill, baby, drill, right? They get a lot of.
I love Trump. You know what that was? That was drill, baby, drill. Wonderful. Okay. Yes, I see the comment here. Can they be trusted? Okay. So this is, I alluded to this a little bit on my last stream, but I'm going to let you guys know again. So Taiwan, you know that China's always trying to take control and all this stuff. There is, I think, strategic things happening. What was it that I covered? Didn't Pete Hegseth have their top head military defense come over? I think they did. And strengthening the ties and stuff, because China has slowly been infiltrating them, whether it be through business or taking their, what is that called? It's not property rights of their, basically infiltration over invasion. And then the US openly showed that they are standing with us. And as that's happening, then the mayor over in California gets busted for being a Chinese spy. And then there was another Chinese spy thing. And we'll get to that too, because I had that pulled up. But yes, to answer your question, can they be trusted? No, it's more like Trump is the top man now on the hill, and they're in a tight spot. And if they want their oil to survive, because Trump controls the strait now, they have to play nice. And so this is the concept here. So it's not like we're all buddy. However, Trump is, what do we say? He wants to make a deal. He'll make a deal. If he'll make a deal, he'll make a deal. And there could be peace. So isn't that this the coolest thing? It's the peace through strength concept. And that's what he's very, very good at. So yeah, as far as trusting, no, I think China has had massive control of our government. Take the Bidens, for example. You know what I mean? I think they massively infiltrated. So since we're on the subject of China, I'm moving my China stuff forward so we can just take a little recap of what happened over there. I don't have a lot, but I have some. Okay. So MAGA Voice says, holy smokes, China's President Xi stuns the world by personally shaking the hands of Stephen Miller, Secretary Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. China respects America once again. So there's this pretty cool moment. And look, see how Trump's behind him. It's funny, as we play these videos, pay attention to what is happening here. It's almost as if Trump is hosting it for him. It's wild, right? Let me know what you guys think, if you've noticed that. Oh, I think I got some X people over here. Good evening, Ridgewalker8256. And Ridge Walker, you say, planted cucumbers, celery, and green beans today. Everyone should start gardening. Yes. So Brad, sorry, this is like replaying over and over again. We're going to shake hands. Me and Brad planted some, see, we did tomatoes, cucumbers, we did some lettuce, and broccoli. That's what we did. So we planted those, and they're down in the greenhouse. I wanted to have the starts here in the window like I normally do, but this time we're just going to try it down at the greenhouse, see how that goes. But yeah, dude, gardening, isn't it the most amazing feeling? I do believe it gets you closer to God. I don't know how to describe it. It's just when you're out there and you're with the soil and the plants, and there's just nothing else. And you just feel, I don't know. I always loved it. You just like feel one with everything. All right. So Trump, this is him coming in. They had a great greeting. I was thinking those poor kids, they're like probably rehearsed to train to be this way. Although they're probably really excited too. People did point out his crooked tie. I don't know if that means anything. Do you see that? Like cheese tie, and it was crooked the whole time, like pushed over. You think that his like PR people would have been like, "Sir, straighten your tie." So that's a little interesting. And also how they stop here, because he stops and then Trump tells him, okay, now it's time to go. See? So it's a lot of body language stuff that I picked up on, I guess. Now, this was put out by Donald Trumpo, and a freaking cracked me up. An introvert's dream. Listen, trees. Like, just leave me alone. He's like, I have to be here. Oh my gosh. Who else has those awkward moments, right? You know, you're like at a social event. See, I am an extrovert, so I could be a social butterfly. But there are times when I do feel like I just want to sit here and zone out, bro. Like, just want to drink my coffee, zone out. Like, and everyone's like, cheese, cheese. He's like, okay, like, yeah. No, I think he enjoys it, but I love the way it's framed. It is funny to see how people react to certain things. And also, yeah, he's so cute. I know, it's funny. You could tell Elon Spectrum showing too much for him. All right, so check this out. This I thought was also interesting. So Trump doesn't drink at all. He doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink or nothing like that. And PLA military, sorry, I got something in my throat, said Trump breaks protocol having to toast with Xi. Trump never drinks alcohol as his brother died from it, but as respect, maybe for respect for Xi, he did it. So I thought it was a little interesting because, yeah, he doesn't.
Thank you, everybody.
感谢，
Thank you, everybody. Very much.
感谢。
Wait a minute, this reminds me of something. Oh, hold up, bro. Hold on. I normally wouldn't do this because I'm live, but if you guys bear with me for 1 second. Okay, so this would be in like my Biden folder, I think. Basically, I'm looking for something that caught my eye. Oh, wait, I could probably find it online, maybe. Okay. It's like my computer decides to be slow. Okay. Just bear with me. So there's nothing but the Trump one. Where's the one with Biden? Just a sec, guys. Because basically, when I'm trying to find it, is he came over to America and did a toast with Biden. The same thing. Yeah, I probably can't find it. What I'll do is I'll go on, I'll continue on. But if I am playing a video, I'll see if I can locate it. But I think it means something. Basically, my whole point, sorry about that. My whole point is I think it means something when they have a toast with, you know, the leader of China. There was something there, something symbolic. And Trump went ahead and did that. So, okay. So now we're going to jump over here. Julie Donut says President Trump speaks about the children because they are being saved worldwide. He says nothing by chance. President Trump is also bringing world peace. Historic and unprecedented. Greatest president ever. So let's see what they have to say.
Very much, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice. I love the freaking beautiful. Look at that beautiful design. The woodwork on the door. Sorry. Totally not related. I'm just like, I love artistic things. Okay. So yes, I found it. It's funny. These things are pretty much impossible to find online. Maybe you could grok it and locate it, but I did find it in my files. So let's watch this again real quick. So everybody sees. I'm paying attention to the glass.
Thank you, everybody. Very much.
That's it.
Okay. All right, so that happened, and then I'm gonna just pull this straight up from my video files. Okay, let's check it out.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please
Flash
sit down.
from the
Thank
past.
you. Take seats. 习主席欢迎来到 Washington, D.C. Junin Famweng Jungung. And Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Madam Peng, distinguished colleagues from China, the United States, very special guests, and everybody here is a special guest. We're very, very pleased to welcome you all to the Ben Franklin
Biden's
Room.
twitching over there.
As most of you know, this room was named for the fellow up there above the fireplace, Benjamin Franklin, one of the founders of the United States and someone who is considered by historians to be America's first professional diplomat. Do we have, I see there are no headphones.
Yes. And
For
Shakia
our
G,
thing. Okay,
rock
good.
and roll. Yes, I'm talking the one where Biden toast. Yep, this is it. Yep. You were
Dr.
right on the
Franklin-
money.
The reason I mention this is because Dr. Franklin was absolutely fascinated by the great scholar Confucius and by China generally, which he way back then called the wisest of nations. As a scholar himself, Franklin learned all he could about Chinese silkworm, cultivation, about ship design, candle making, and home heating. And one of his inventions,
I
the
just
Franklin
realized this is the
stove,
whole speech that
is
I
actually
uploaded.
based on Chinese ideas.
So because I don't want to listen to him the whole freaking time, because he's a piece of crap. When I see him now, all I think about when he was at the UN. This was just a couple of years back. He was talking about the disinformation about COVID. And he goes, and we see that the First Amendment is a problem in stopping this talk. It's like, bro, you're saying the First Amendment is a problem? Whoa. He's like, yeah, he goes, freedom of speech is a roadblock to snuffing this out or something like that. I'm like, somebody get that guy. Like, these people are evil, man. Who even talks like that, even back then? Okay, sorry. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What's happening? Yeah, it was like a thing, man. It was like a big thing. So did they make the deal with the deep state? Like, did he make a deal with the deep state? I mean, let me know what you guys think. Like,
Vice President Biden and your wife, Secretary Kerry. I can't name all the friends, both old and new here. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank Vice President Biden and Secretary Kerry for hosting this welcoming luncheon for me, my wife, and the Chinese delegation. To me, Vice President Biden is an old friend, and we have interacted with each other so much, and we visited each other's countries, and we spent more than 10 hours together exchanging views. And Secretary Kerry is also our old friend. And I have also seen many familiar faces in this room,
yes.
friends who have made direct contributions.
Pixie Cox says Biden sold him our oil right out of the reserves. 100%. He bled our reserves. They were totally full almost. Like Trump had filled them right up. And that son of a bitch. See, that's how you know you're fighting the deep state. You know what I mean? You just know. Like, this is a battle. Energy. Oh, yeah. Energy is a huge tool. Getting energy, taking energy away. This is a massive bargaining tool when it comes to countries. But yeah, so Pixie Cox says Biden sold him our oil right out of the reserves and gave China a free run. This is true. And remember, it's China that got all the blackmail on Hunter Biden, set him up even. Some of those, whatever hooker prostitute people he was with, it's pretty much verifiable that some of them were Chinese spies. I mean, once you get blackmail on people, the president's son, the president himself, I mean, yeah.
As a fighter jet test pilot and trainer in China, lost his life, and America
So we're gonna get
closer to the and positive two sides. Would and want to join
So do
me
they
in a
not
toast
cheer?
to friendship between the Chinese and
here we go.
American people, to an even better tomorrow for China-U.S. relations, and to the health of Vice President Biden, your wife, Secretary Kerry, and all friends present. Cheers.
Okay. Oh, it's Biden first there. We had a Biden first there. Okay, let's look. And the glasses are very similar. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, sorry we took a long. Sometimes that's what happens on this show. Sorry we took a long detour with that, but just just catching something. So yeah, there's a new boss in town. That's what I take that as. There's a new boss in town. Okay, so now before we move on to other things, actually, there's a few things. Now, this is so hilarious. This was put out by Politi Rican. So probably, I don't even know. I hope I said it right. Check this out. This is hilarious. Go Marco. Go Marco. What does she think? Here comes these crazy Americans. They're serious. Trump is serious. Like, these guys rule with the iron fist, and then we're memeing at the same time. Isn't that the coolest thing about being an anon? You're like out there. You know that there's real live events happening, yet you know the power of the meme. Power of the meme. All right, and with that, it was so funny. I'll tell you a short little story. Sometimes Brad does things that just tickle me pink. So he was over there at his computer at one point. He just like cracked up. And I'm like, what's going on? And then he's like, I made a meme. And so it was Wuhan ramen noodle soup, SARS-CoV-2 flavor. And why that happened was because yesterday the whole thing came out at the whistleblower. We're going to go through that actually. It was a really big deal. I think there's a lot of people online. It's like, there's such doomers out there, and they're like, oh, this means nothing. This is nothing. I'm like, are you serious, guys? I've been waiting for this kind of stuff to come out for 10 years, like, especially since the Q-op. But even before then, I knew about MK Ultra, these types of things. So yes, there was 4 whistleblowers that were supposed to show up. Only one showed up because the other ones were afraid for their safety, because speaking out against the CIA never really ends up too good, if you know what I mean. So anyways, all that to say, COVID, it was all on the talking points for the day. And then, yeah, so Brad makes, because basically he calls Fauci out, okay? Fauci, Wuhan lab, it's him, okay? Biolab, they made it. We went through a biological weapon that was released on the public. And I'm pretty sure we're going to find out more about that as time goes on. And there's a lot of doomers, but I'm telling you, I think it's only just begun. Now, with that being said, Brad made a meme. It was just a packet. And I'm like, I got to use Grok for this. So I pieced this together, and the voice wasn't good. So Brad did his Dr. Fauci voice. So funny.
Wuhan noodle soup. SARS-CoV-2 flavor. Brought to you by science. Really good. Wuhan noodle soup. SARS-CoV-2 flavor. Brought to you by science. Really good.
All right. So, yes, and I'm not taking, believe me, this guy's a murderer. He is a murderer. But sometimes, it's fun to just do the fun memes. But I'm telling you, this guy, it's pretty much what he did. He was responsible for releasing the virus. And then the people responsible for investigating where it came from were friends with him. That also worked at the lab where the virus came from. So it was a loop, a loopity loop. All right. So with that, we're going to get, let's make sure I have my stuff right here. Hold up. I think I've got a few more of these. Okay. So we're going to get to the whistleblower here, and we're going to get to what he's talking about with Dr. Fauci and the people with the NIH, and how they changed reports and sat in meetings and collaborated together to come up with this matching narrative. and so that they could outwardly say, hey, these are independent researchers, independent people came to these conclusions. But no, Fauci cronies were weaved throughout all of those places to help form the narrative that it was not a lab leak. Okay, so this is what the whistleblower is saying. Now, it is a whistleblower, but sworn testimony under oath is very valuable. Because it's a testimony, like it's somebody coming out. So when I was listening to the man, I basically went through all the key points about something that he said during the meeting that didn't have anything to do with COVID, really. It had to do with the CIA coming in and taking documents back relating to the JFK assassination files and MK Ultra. Okay, so this is a quick little rundown of what happened. Under subpoena, CIA whistleblower James E. Erdman III, a career CIA senior operations officer, stated when the dig, so that's what it was called, the executive order by Trump given to Tulsi Gabbard to go collect this stuff to declassify, that was called the dig. So when the dig ceased operations, the CIA also took back 40 boxes of JFK files and MK Ultra files being processed for declassification by DNI Gabbard. Under President Trump's January 2025 executive order on declassifying records related to the assassination of JFK, RFK, and MLK, and broader transparency initiatives, DNI Tulsi Gabbard has overseen efforts to review and release withheld files, right? That all makes sense. This included pulling records from CIA and other agency holdings for processing at the National Archives or by the ODNI task force. So that's just the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and they have task force. Seems like normal procedure. Trump put out executive order. Okay, let's go find the files. The CIA didn't like that. And I'm not really referring to Ratcliffe CIA because he inherited it and he's got his safe bubble, but they're still house cleaning apparently, and there's still a big friggin' nasty cancer in there. So earlier in 2025, DNI officials reportedly seized assassination files directly from CIA facility to accelerate declassification. So still the same thing. They were just gathering. Erdman led the Directors Initiative Group, a DNI task force stood up by Gabbard in April 2025. And he led it from March 2025 to April 2026. Its mandate included probing COVID-19 origins, anomalous health incidents, Havana syndrome, unidentified anomalous phenomena, and supporting declassification transparency per executive order. So they were on a mission to get these files, to get this data, because Trump did an executive order. I'm sorry, that's the President of the United States. The dig reportedly faced resistance from the CIA, including non-cooperation, surveillance of investigators, which is completely against the law, and retaliation, which was he mentions firing a contractor after the meeting with the dig. So we'll play the videos where he described this a little more detail. So when the dig shut down in April 2026, Erdman alleges the CIA reclaimed materials that it had previously turned over or allowed access to for declassification and processing. And his specific claim in the video that we will play is that the 40 boxes in his opening statement and testimony under subpoena at personal risk while still employed by the CIA, Erdman stated, and this is a direct quote, when the dig ceased operations, the CIA also took back 40 boxes of JFK files and MK Ultra files being processed for declassification. So I guess it's a little repeat. This was presented as evidence of the CIA's broader pattern of obstructing lawful oversight and declassification efforts, and also just straight up disobeying the president of the United States. Like, I can't even begin to say how big of a like holy this is. I don't know if anyone's talking about it too much. So we're gonna get into it. So this was what happened, and this is also when Trump was over there. Or I think he might still be over there in China. And as this is going on, I'm going to be gathering stuff current, see if I'm missing anything. Because a lot of times I'm live and other stuff break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this for you. This was, I kind of cut through the fluff. You know how the hearings are so long? Well, I got this great little snippet from Senator Rand Paul. It's 9 minutes, but it's a great opening to paint the picture of what this whistleblower is saying and stating and the extent of it. So I will play this.
The COVID-19 pandemic was one of the most consequential events of our lifetime. And to this day, the American people have never received a full accounting of where it came from, what our government knew, and why they had to fight their own government to find out. Today, the committee will hear from an intelligence community whistleblower about these questions. The witness will testify that the CIA scientific analysts repeatedly concluded that a laboratory leak was the most likely origin of COVID-19, and that those conclusions were buried, softened, or withheld from Congress while the public was told to trust a different story. For years, Americans were told to trust the experts, trust the agencies, trust the intelligence community, and trust the officials who assured us that they were following the science. But the evidence before the committee tells a very different story. Today, we will expose a system in which a small circle of officials, scientists, grantees, and intelligence advisors move from agencies to agency, meeting to meeting, briefing to briefing, reviewing one another's work, and shaping one another's conclusions and presenting those conclusions to Congress and the public as if they were independent conclusions. Only it was not independent, it was a circle. One part of that circle is a body most Americans have never heard of, the Biological Sciences Expert Group, known as BSEG, or the B Group. BSEG operates under the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Its stated purpose is to give the intelligence community access to outside scientific experts on biological threats. Sounds reasonable, but not if those experts are not independent. For example, Dr. Ralph Baric collaborated with Dr. Zhengli Shi in Wuhan to create gain-of-function coronaviruses. But Dr. Baric was also part of BSEG and an active consultant to intelligence agencies on the origins of COVID-19 pandemic. Likewise, Peter Daszak received hundreds of millions of dollars from the U.S. government and worked with Dr. Shi also on these gain-of-function experiments. Daszak was even sent to China with the WHO to investigate the origins of COVID. So the very scientists that were commissioned to investigate COVID were, in some cases, the very scientists who were complicit in the origins of the gain-of-function experiments that may well have created COVID. In essence, the intelligence community pays researchers to review work and write papers. NIH funds their grants. The CIA then consults them and gives them access to classified information. The national academies publish their work. Policymakers then cite the result as a consensus. But it's a circle. At the center of the government side of this circle was Dr. Anthony Fauci. For years, Dr. Fauci was not merely a public health official speaking from the NIH. He had a long-standing relationship with the national security and intelligence apparatus on biological threats, dangerous pathogens, classified life sciences researches, pandemic preparedness, and COVID origins. Again and again, documents show him being brought into national security discussions far beyond ordinary public health messaging. During COVID, intelligence officials arranged for Dr. Fauci to review highly classified intelligence assessments that could not even be sent outside the White House complex. But how can Anthony Fauci objectively comment on a discussion of COVID origins when he approved the very funding that may have caused the pandemic virus? From the outset of the pandemic, Dr. Fauci shaped the conclusions. Dozens of times, He referred to the idea that the pandemic originating in the lab was a conspiracy, that it was a conspiracy theory. Dr. Fauci convened the now infamous February 1st, 2020 call. Some scientists on that call privately raised serious concerns about a laboratory origin. Yet, ironically, those same scientists later co-authored the Proximal Origin paper, which publicly dismissed the lab leak hypothesis. One author received a $9 million grant from Dr. Fauci's own agency after he changed his opinion from lab leak on the private phone call to natural origin in public. At the same time, Dr. Fauci coordinated with the National Academies on coronavirus origins and public-facing messaging. These were not independent experts reaching a consensus. They were part of the same machine, designed to reach the same conclusion. The question is not whether the government may consult experts. The question is whether those experts were independent, whether conflicts were disclosed, whether dissenting views were preserved, whether the lab leak possibility was fairly evaluated, and whether Congress and the American people received the truth or a curated result. When Congress asked these questions, government officials lied to our face. They classified the documents. They suppressed the information. They changed the definitions. They invoked sources and methods. They told Congress only what they wanted Congress to know. In 2023, John Ratcliffe, the former director of national intelligence, testified before Congress with a stark warning. He said a lab leak was the only explanation credibly supported by intelligence, science, and common sense. He warned that.
Just real quick, isn't that cool? And now Ratcliffe is the head of the CIA. Moves, counter moves, black hats, white hats, house cleaning. Just saying.
Partisan politics and analyst disagreement with Trump administration policy, Trump derangement syndrome, had created illegitimate roadblocks to the truth. I agree. He said the COVID-19 Origin Act, which Congress passed unanimously, should finally make intelligence on COVID's origins public. I couldn't agree more. Despite a unanimously passed law, though, requiring the declassification of all information related to COVID origins, the deep state still resists this congressional mandate. Our witness today will explain what happened inside the CIA. According to his testimony, CIA scientific analysts concluded multiple times between 2021 and 2023 that a lab leak was the most likely origin of COVID-19. Yet those conclusions never shaped the official narrative, never made the intelligence report. Congress was never told. It was not until after the 2024 election that the outgoing Biden administration directed the CIA to issue an assessment, not because of new intelligence, but so officials could walk out of the door claiming there was nothing left to find. That is not analysis. That is a cleanup operation. This hearing is about more than one witness, one assessment, or one agency. It's about a federal apparatus that told the American people to trust the science while hiding the machinery that shaped the science. It's about an intelligence community that relied on outside experts whose conflicts were never disclosed. It's about public health officials with access to intelligence that Congress has struggled to obtain. It's about researchers and advisors cycling through grants, contracts, classified briefings, federal service and advisory committees, and presenting the results as independent, even though they weren't. The cover-up is not just about protecting one research grant, it's about protecting an entire network of labs, grants, intermediaries, and bureaucratic architecture quietly engineered to outlast any moratorium, any congressional inquiry, and any election. After millions died, children lost years of learning. Small businesses were destroyed. Civil liberties were restricted, and dissenting Americans were censored and smeared. The government owes its people the evidence. Our witness is testifying publicly today at great personal risk. He and other brave whistleblowers have come forward because the truth was being buried, because government secrecy cannot become.
And just know that this was supposed to be the MK Ultra hearing and stuff, but the other ones did not come forward. So like the situation was very fluid. Like people were afraid. And as you'll see later on with the clip of the whistleblower, he even mentions, he goes, there needs to be stronger protections for whistleblowers, man. He's basically saying, like, there's a reason we're not coming forward. We know that these guys can find us in 2.5 seconds. We work for the CIA. You know what I mean? Whew. So glad I don't work for the CIA. Yeah, and I saw somebody, was it Pixie out there? Something about how you can just, oh yes. She said the CIA was made with a executive order. It can be destroyed by a pen. Ooh. I like them apples. I like the sound of that. Does anyone else like the sound of that? I like the sound of that. All right, we'll finish the rest of this and we'll move on. This is great though.
Government impunity. I want to acknowledge the Trump administration officials who made good on their commitment to transparency and cooperated with this investigation. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Director of NIH, Jay Bhattacharya, Director of the National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and former Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. They set a standard. I expect the rest of the administration to meet it. We owe the American people a complete record. We owe every family harmed by this pandemic a government that does not hide behind secrecy, conflicts, and curated science when the stakes are life and death. In public, starting today.
Let's go.
I'm going to focus my remarks today on the elephant in the room that nobody likes to talk about, that the vaccines kill more people than they save.
You mentioned being ready for the next time, and you warned about this last time. Let's take a brief look at a 2015 warning you issued.
If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus. If we start now, we can be ready for the next epidemic. We can be ready for the next epidemic.
And then the other thing that I aspirationally hope to be able to encounter is the ability to rapidly respond to something brand new. Whether it's a brand new pandemic or, as you mentioned, a brand new attack upon us deliberately by bioterror.
Talk about the psychopathic determinants of health. I think what was most criminal is telling people who had natural immunity to take the vaccine.
But she's had the flu for 14 days. Should she get a flu shot?
Well, no. If she got the flu for 14 days, she's as protected as anybody can be, because the best vaccination is to get infected yourself. The best vaccination is to get infected yourself.
Because some evidence suggests you were 3 times more likely to suffer a serious adverse event if you had COVID and then you took the vaccine, certainly within the first few months after it. It's beyond criminal, Jan. Let's just call it out for what it is.
The only thing I'm trying to do is what you look on the record of everything I've ever said. Getting people to get vaccinated, to get boosted, to wear masks, to abide by the CDC recommendations. That should not be polarizing, Anderson. That's just public health. That's just public health. That should not be polarizing, Anderson. That's just public health. That's just public health.
The FDA, the CDC, the NIH said that these vaccines were safe and effective. And when I started seeing my friends die and be injured, and I started looking at the data, there was no question that this vaccine is the most dangerous vaccine ever created by man. Ever created by man. This vaccine is the most dangerous vaccine ever created by man. Even if the vaccines had 100% protection, it still means we kill 2 people to save 1 life.
All right, so that wasn't even the video I wanted to play because that one's more about the vaccine. And I can't locate the video I wanted to play. The video I wanted to play, there was just something in it. At one point, Trump goes and is interviewed by, I think it's Sky News, and it's during the pandemic. And he's saying that the lab leak theory is pretty much it, but he couldn't. It was interesting. It's like he couldn't say certain things. And so I found that a little interesting. He may have been bound by, what is that called? Like, not national security protocols, but you know what I mean? How you can't say certain things that are still classified or under investigation. So yeah, I couldn't find it. Dang it. But yeah, that's what I was trying to have go along with that. It didn't work out. However, that is what happened because of this released. It was a biological weapon. I think we should just start calling it that. And I know there's people in the movement that, let's say they say viruses are not real, or that COVID didn't exist and whatever, blah, blah. I get it. And you're entitled to your own opinion. But I am also entitled to mine. So I have looked into viruses, and they are very unique, I should say, because when they see a quote unquote virus, they just see the cell that has been taken over. So there is that. I'm not saying that viruses do or don't exist. There is just something like that where it's not like they actually see it, like a foreign agent, you know, that your body is alerted to. So there's some interesting things about viruses. However, we do know, at least I believe, my research is yes, there is something. There is something, when we will call it a virus, that mad scientists love to mess around with and make more deadlier, which is crazy. And that happened. And Dr. Fauci was using taxpayer money through the NIH to work on these COVID viruses through gain-of-function research, which he admits makes it so it can go from animal to human. Like, what happened? Like, and so basically at the end of that video, it's a humbling conclusion that we did fund that. It's not by our will. We didn't want to. We didn't even know. But that just shows you how evil people are. That's why Q says these people are sick. They drain you. They drain you of your money, your energy, your thoughts, your life force. It's wild. They're vampires, man. Physically, mentally, spiritually. Do you know what I'm saying? We're fighting this darkness. And that's why Q says it's dark to light. That's why if you don't know Jesus, you need to. And that's how I'm able to be like smiling and happy, even in the middle of very strategic, fluid, dangerous, exciting times, right? If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but that's why more than ever, we know that God woke us up for a reason. When I say that, I'm talking about this movement. Yes, it is Donald Trump. It was a bunch of anons. Some military is involved and some non-military citizens. And it has been compartmentalized, but obviously it has spread out so that certain people are aware there is an operation. And it's important. We cannot do this without all of you. So I guess I'm just be a little real here. The mission of us is, okay, so Trump's got he's pretty much got the deep state global cabal by the balls, okay? Ish. I'll say ish because, like I said, it's still happening. But he's got that area covered, right?
also the presidential area, they're working on judges, things like that. The military side, he's got that, right? And all these things are exposed and the darkness is revealed. The other thing that's going to be exposed is the fake news, working with the CIA and these intelligence agencies around the world. When that happens, that's what we're here for, okay? Never has this been attempted, the use of the general public to counter the narrative, okay? That's what we're about. Isn't that wild that this is the mission? So I just want you guys to get excited about that. You, yes, you. Every single mind that is awoken is a power, is a frequency, 7 hertz, that is coming out. And what you think and what you believe and then what you do from those thoughts and beliefs affect the world. I cannot say it enough. You can just not say it enough. And so anyways, know that you're important. Know this is a spiritual battle. And know that Trump also is aware of this. The whole crew. I could be pretty sure about saying that. His close crew, yes, they are aware. And that's why, when is it? 14, 15, 16, 17. In 3 days, we are going to have a rededication of this country to God. It's going to be big. It's going to be huge. And everybody really needs to pray that day, because that's what it's all about, is all of our consciousnesses coming together and praising God. That's the key thing. You could ask for things, that's fine. But I've noticed, like, when Robert Kennedy came out with his statement, when, who was it? Oh yeah, Pete Hegseth, when he came out about it, they were talking about the 17th, the day of prayer, the National Mall. Everybody's going to go there, but also all around the country, around the world. When they brought it up, they said, and we're going to pray and be thankful and grateful and count our blessings. So that's the mindset we need to be in on the 17th. So everybody remember that. Love, blessings, peace, kindness, goodness. Thank God for what he's done for you. Thank God for anything that's good in your life. Even if, look, hopefully you're not in a cardboard box right now in the rain, okay? I hope what I'm saying, like, even if it was so bad, you could at least be like, well, at least I woke up today. Like, hopefully you're not in that situation. But what I'm saying is, find something to be positive about. Because when you're of the higher frequency, they cannot control you, okay? This is real. So on that day specifically, if you can, everybody do it, because it'd be really cool to see what happens. Now, we might not actually see anything happen, but I'm pretty sure things will be happening, if you get my drift. That's what the Great Awakening is. The Great Awakenings have happened in the past, and I think another one is happening right now. And in fact, that's the song I'm making. Sorry, I'm talking so much, but I'm almost done. I'm finishing, I'm doing the equalizing. So basically, when I record a song, I have all my voices. I do the main, and then I do the harmonies. Then I'll do the string instruments, the drums. I did bass on this one. I think I did electric bass. I did, all the things. And then once you get all of that in there, then you equalize where it's coming out of the speakers, left, right, 5%, 10%. Then you do volume adjustment. So I'm like at that part. Plus, I need Brad to re-record a guitar part that I'm like, I need you to do this. I'm like, the song needs it. It needs it. He did like a test run. And I'm like, yes, I need you to do this. But he just needs to hold out a note a little longer. I know I'm particular. So I'm hopefully going to rope him in and get that done. I want to have that done and put out hopefully by the end of this week. So it should be a really good listen to you guys. It's going to be easy listening. It's going to be about you guys and us and the Great Awakening and what is happening and how we are exposing the darkness and we are walking into the light. And it's just amazing to be here now. There's a verse I say that history is breathing. History is now. The old guard is falling and they don't know how, right? So this is a little, it's just such an enjoyable song. So I hope you guys will like it. I know there's all the AI music out there these days, but it's like, hey, I'm still a musician. I'm going to still compete. All right. So with that, sorry guys, way off track. This is why I end up going 3 hours. Sorry. Oh, thank you, Pixie Cock. Your music is delightful and beautiful. Thank you. This should be a really great one. This one is really easy listening. It's about close to like 6 or 7 minutes. It's a long song. I have a feeling you guys are all going to like it. Okay. So now, moving back to COVID and the whistleblower. We're going to get to the second part. This is only 5 minutes, or about 6 minutes. And he swears him in. And it's kind of the first part of what he is saying. So we'll play it.
I want to note for the record that Mr. Erdman is appearing today pursuant to a subpoena issued by this committee on May 5th, 2026. This is a public hearing. The witness is a current CIA employee and has previously provided testimony to the committee in a classified setting. If a question calls for classified information, or if the witness believes any answer may implicate classified information, the witness should advise the committee before answering, and the committee will address the matter through the appropriate procedures. The transcript of the witness's prior classified deposition has not been finalized and has not completed classification review. Members and the witness should not quote from, characterize, or seek confirmation of deposition testimony that may contain classified information in this public setting. It is a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. James E. Erdman III is a CIA Senior Operations Officer. He's a decorated officer with decades of intelligence and national security experience. Before joining the CIA in 2013, he served with the 2nd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment, and as a Foreign Services Officer at the Department of State. He recently completed a joint duty assignment with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence Director Initiatives Group. Mr. Erdman holds a Bachelor of Science in Biology with a minor in Chemistry from Western Oregon University and has received the Director of National Intelligence Award and the CIA Intelligence Medal of Merit. Mr. Erdman, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Paul and other members of the Oversight Committee. Thank you for the complimentary introduction, and I appreciate the committee's dedication to transparency and accountability. I am a career CIA operations officer, and as you mentioned, I was on joint duty assignment at the Office of Director National Intelligence Directors Initiatives Group, or the DIG, between March 2025 and April 2026. I was responsible for leading the DIG's investigation into COVID origins, anomalous health incidents, and unidentified anomalous phenomena.
Just real quick, I thought it was interesting how he says anomalous health incidents. I saw that also in another document. I think it was a transcript of this, but I thought anomalous health. Wait, what? Anomalous? I think of anomalies like the UFO stuff. Like, unless I'm hearing that wrong, what do you guys think?
Into COVID origins, anomalous health incidents, and unidentified anomalous phenomena.
Right? Interesting.
I'm here today to discuss the COVID cover-up, the national security implications associated with the DIG's investigative findings, and CIA refusal to comply with lawful oversight, as well as how we remedy these problems. Intelligence community leaders and senior analysts downplayed the possibility that the COVID pandemic originated as a result of a lab incident. Motives are difficult to define given the scope of the DIG's review. Intentional or not, the IC's actions resulted in a cover-up wasted resources, and a failure to properly inform policymakers. Public health policy would have been very different had the American public been made aware that a virus from a lab in China was going to serve as the foundation for an emergency use authorization mRNA products being mandated by the former administration. Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional. Dr. Fauci influenced the analytical process and findings by leveraging his position to ensure the IC consulted with a conflicted list of curated subject matter experts, public health officials, and scientists. This included some of the authors of the paper, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2, and other public health experts who have been in his orbit for the last 20 plus years. Some of the scientists were part of the Biological Sciences Experts Group, or the BSEG, an office of Director National Intelligence Advisory Body, whose members often receive considerable funding from NIAID and public health agencies. The BSEG scientists influenced national laboratory, WMD research, policy decisions, finished analysis, and other intelligence matters, creating misaligned incentives and conflicts of interest, as well as counterintelligence issues. Since 2006, the BSEG consulted part-time on biodefense issues for the IC, while conducting government-funded research and holding academia positions, as well as maintaining roles in public health institutions and serving as members in the National Academy of Science. They received funding from NIAID and other agencies for vaccine research, USAID's PREDICT project, the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, and even worked with Chinese scientists on coronavirus and other pathogen studies pursuing vaccines.
Now, keep note, this man was testifying about that when Trump was over having talks with Xi, right? Like, there's another one. I should pull up both of those. But you guys heard about the mayor. There was another one. Hold on. We're going to go back. Don't worry. We're going to go back. Average Joe Patriot, rock and roll. He says, boom. It takes us to John Solomon, New York man convicted of running secret Chinese police station in Manhattan. WTF, man? So I'm probably just going to read that because I haven't even read it. But these things all came out the 13th, right? Today's the 14th. That's right when Trump was over. I don't think that's coincidental. You know what I mean? I think it's saying, hey, we're on to you. We're showing the public. You got spies. You do this infiltration over invasion. I've seen, there was a post that Xi made. It may have been right when Biden got in. And anyways, it was like this all, you know, he was sitting at his desk and had a slow zoom and he's like, I forgot the terms he says, but basically the advancement of China will continue over the whole earth. You know, it was like kind of like this thing and you're like, whoa. Now look, if he can be our ally, do you see what I'm saying? Like, we're dealing with satanic cabal, secret society freaks. Okay. I don't like communism, but I think she has kept, you know, they've kept China this isolated thing. And then their whole deal was just staying alive by supplying. And you know what I mean? All the China stuff to the rest of the world. And I know there's been so many human violations over there. It's insane. However, if Trump is going to make America great again, and by doing so, bringing up the rest of the world, Trump is a gentleman and he's a businessman and he's going to have a talk. And if Xi goes, you know what, there's a new man in town, bro, you got me in a tight spot. Clever son of a bitch, you with the oil, right? But it's not even, this is just moves and counter moves. That was happened because of other reasons. Guys, I'm telling you. So Trump is not like any other president, okay? He's obviously different. And I know that the threat of nuclear attack has always been over our heads and it's used for leverage. Because Trump did go in there and blow the shit out of these people, I do think there was a threat. And if you noticed, they didn't start doing all their posts like the Department of Energy and the Department of Labor doing their Q postings, right? Hold the line and Patriots in control. They didn't start doing that until right after things got taken care of over in Iran. So again, moves and counter moves, a lot of stuff going on. But I think that if Xi wants to play ball, they might work with us, if you could follow me, and take care of the real enemy that we're all facing. Okay, now let's see, which one was I watching? Because I don't want to. Let's see, which one were you watching? I think we were on this one.
Agencies
I think we
for
were at the
vaccine
end.
research, USAID's PREDICT project, the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program. It even worked with Chinese scientists on coronavirus and other pathogen studies pursuing vaccines.
Okay, so I think that was the one I was watching. I labeled these really similar. I was dumb. Never post things and start them the same way. Like I was like, well, he's a CIA whistleblower, but it's like, well, that's not easy for finding the separate videos. Okay, so this one here, let's see where I was at.
Since 2006, the BSEG consulted part-time on biodefense issues for the IC, while conducting government-funded research and holding academia positions, as well as maintaining roles in public health institutions and serving as members in the National Academy of Science. They received funding from NIAID and other agencies for vaccine research, USAID's PREDICT project, the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program. It even worked with Chinese scientists on coronavirus and other pathogen studies pursuing vaccines. There was no oversight monitoring how this web of relationships influenced research, policy, and public health in any holistic way for over 20 years. In fact, several of the BSEG scientists helped Dr. Fauci rewrite definitions of gain of function in 2015 to lift a funding pause on dangerous research. Still others participated in planning Event 201 in 2019. This was a coronavirus pandemic tabletop exercise, curiously similar to the events that played out during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was attended by Dr. Fauci and individuals with IC ties like former DNI Avril Haines. The CIA and DNI analytic managers responsible for examining the origin of COVID made decisions inconsistent with the conclusions of subject matter experts and analytical tradecraft, consistently favoring the theory of zoonosis or natural origin. Following the CIA's COVID relook that culminated in 2023, the CIA retaliated against analysts supporting the lab leak hypothesis. CIA analysts were not bribed. The analysts that supported the 2023 lab leak conclusion took every administrative measure available to them to address their deep concerns regarding the analytic integrity of their finished intelligence.
So he's saying right there, he's standing up for some of his CIA dudes. Like, and I know how we feel about the CIA, but there's even a post. It's interesting because we know it's not entirely true, but Q says like, FBI 99% good, 1% blank. CIA 99% good, 1% blank. Well, you know, I do feel like it's more. But I know what Q is saying there. There are just people. That's why they do the name of the game is compartmentalization. If you don't know what compartmentalization is, you can look it up, and it's how a lot of cults are ran. Basically, the ones on the bottom only know what the ones right above them are doing. But they have no idea what the one above that one's doing. and then the one above that one, and the one above that one. And it's all a structure of power. And so that's what the Illuminati found works really well for them. And if it's ran on blackmail and things like that as well, it's like, it's a sealed deal. You can have quite a bit of control. So, yeah.
To them to address their deep concerns regarding the analytic integrity of their finished intelligence. CIA managers retaliated against them for their refusal to agree with management's middle of the night anonymous rewrite of the analysis.
So they retaliated.
Which changed the assessment to a non-call judgment. Dr. Anthony Fauci's influence over the IC's COVID origin analysis and the witting and unwitting role some BSEG scientists and IC personnel played in the cover-up exposed why this issue is of deep concern. Failure to address the United States government's inability to differentiate between public health and biodefense and the oversight-resistant ecosystem of life science actors has been fertile ground for increasingly dangerous continental United States gain-of-function research, as well as similar research conducted in U.S. government-supported labs abroad. Post-9/11 changes in public health and biodefense roles and responsibilities have blurred the lines between scientists, the military, the intelligence community. It has resulted in a deliberately opaque and excessively redundant biodefense research policy and financial infrastructure, seemingly intended to escalate bureaucratic bloat. This is a national security crisis caused by the inability to provide real oversight.
And yes, Pixie Cox, I love your comments. You know what's up. She said a pyramid of lies and cover-ups. Exactly. And then she goes, his fear and his voice, prayers for him. Yes, I noticed that. I don't know if it's in this clip here because I only have one more. I may have not finished the rest of that one clip, but I'm not going to go back. But he goes, there needs to be protection for whistleblowers. You know, like you could hear him. Like he's like, bro, I'm afraid I'm going to get like shot. Like, you know, especially when you work for them, you know what they're capable of. I know what they're capable of because I've researched, you know, and probably all of you guys have. So we understand that fear. You know, they don't want the JFK files, assassination. Why? Is that because you did it? Do you know what I mean? Like, we got to really understand what Trump is doing here and a man like this, because I saw people talking crap about this. It's very interesting to me. And I'm not saying that people can't have their own opinions, but people were like saying like, this is a distraction. This is nothing, whatever. And I'm thinking, no, I think this is a real whistleblower that is going, I'm going to tell the truth. Thank God, you know, so we should be supporting people like him. So I'll play the rest of it here.
The systematic failures associated with muddled boundaries between biodefense and public health and an overly complex infrastructure have been exacerbated by documented efforts to circumvent oversight. CIA did not comply with lawful oversight during the Diggs investigation. The behavior significantly impacted Director Gabbard's implementation of several EOs issued during this administration and tasked to the Dig. The CIA refused to provide information necessary to understand why analytical standards at the CIA were violated. The CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage of Dig personnel, their investigations, and contact with whistleblowers. These were Americans being spied upon illegally while executing duties directed by the president and under the authority of the Director of National Intelligence. One CIA contractor assisting with the Diggs investigation into the events that transpired between 2022 and 2023 was fired by the CIA one day after meeting with the Dig. When the dig ceased operations, the CIA also took back 40 boxes of JFK files and MK Ultra files being processed for declassification by DNI Gabbard. The legislative and executive branches will continue to be misinformed if this type of behavior is not addressed. The partial solution to dangerous gain of function has already been laid out in Executive Order 14292, improving the safety and security of biological research. We need a comprehensive review of government-funded life science research and a move back to pre-9/11 definitions of gain of function and WMD research, particularly in the IC and DHS.
WMD, weapons of mass destruction. Bro, so he's like intertwining a lot of those things. Sorry, I'm just like, and I hope this wasn't the same clip. I don't think it was. But yeah, so he is like telling the truth here. Very powerful. And yeah, I mean, look, there's a thing where Q says once CIA, always CIA. And I shouldn't be saying that so much because they're probably going to find this channel. But, you know, I'm so proud that this man came forward and is talking about these things. Guys, we're really at a crazy time right now. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. There were other people that were going to testify about MK Ultra, okay? And they didn't show up. Like, guys, it's pretty active. It's pretty active. And so prayers up. Sheesh, man. What a time to be alive. But yeah, keep these people in your prayers and keep Trump and his cabinet and his team in your prayers. And see, D-Class is all about truth. Who will bring the ultimate D-Class is God, if you want to think about it. So, but isn't that so cool that we have a president that wants to share the truth? And yeah, Battleborn, so good to see you over there on X. Anybody else on X, you can say hi if you want. You guys are awesome for tuning in. Heavy Metal over here on Rumble, Heavy Metal Riff. If you want truth, you have to be vigilant and be willing to sacrifice for it. That's a big one. And you know what you're talking about. Yep. That's what we got to do. We have to be willing. And when one rises up, the chances of another person standing with you changes dramatically. Actually, I'll pull it up in a minute because we're on the end of this COVID thing. But just know when you rise up, it changes things. All right. I'm going to play this real quick. I think I did a little montage at the end of this. Yeah. So, and then I'm going to lead it into that other COVID video I was looking for. I titled it, I'm slurring my words. I titled it From Within because that's exactly what happened. This whole COVID thing. The deep state is real. And there are people that see you as a number, see you as honestly a disease. Yes, I will just say it. These people. And they planned and executed. This will be history, by the way. What I'm telling you now will be written in the history books later. They planned and they executed a biological weapon on the world. Yep, they did. And it was a two-parter. It was the virus, and then it was the jab. So that's why these people are going to be held accountable. I assure you, there's no way while Trump is alive and breathing that these people are they're not going to get away with it. I'm telling you, there's no way. And then of course, people that are read in that will continue MAGA will not let this shit go down ever again. I assure you, at least while I'm alive, I will call this out. All right. So, and the CIA, man, the CIA needs to be just shattered. It needs to be shattered into a million pieces. So it says the CIA are actively resisting the president of the United States and the ODNI. James E. Erdman III is a hero for speaking the truth. He is the only whistleblower out of 4 who was brave enough to show up. And I tagged Trump and I said, POTUS, please protect this man. They don't want you awake. And I lead into a little thing I did because I was like on my phone, but it was like, why is the CIA fighting so hard and threatening? It's because they don't want the truth out. Why? Because they don't want you awake. So imagine that.
Thank you, Mr. Erdman. Is it your testimony that there is still resistance from the CIA to comply with the law we passed to declassify all the COVID information?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Let's go to number 1 first.
Thank you, Mr.
Trump
Erdman.
wanted a commission.
Is it your testimony?
Well, why he was stopped, and they blame a number of figures apparently in the book, which is really stunning. But apparently people in Trump's inner circle wanted to stop this commission. Here's from the New York Post. Trump wanted to haul Dr. Anthony Fauci in front of a presidential commission to give evidence about funding the Wuhan laboratory suspected of leaking COVID-19. Gee, that's kind of big.
Fauci was dealing with them, and I guess they were even making payments for certain kinds of research. And I ended that too. I stopped that. When we found out about that, he was doing that during the Obama years. And when I found out about it, I said, can you imagine that the United States is making payments to a Chinese lab? We shut it off. We shut the whole thing off. And we stopped making payments that were approved much earlier than our administration.
Trump suspected from the start. He says advanced plans were underway for a special presidential panel with an executive order even drawn up to hold China and its collaborators accountable and tally a reparations bill to fire off to Beijing.
And then the other thing that I aspirationally hope to be able to encounter is the ability to rapidly respond to something brand new, whether it's a brand new pandemic or, as you mentioned, a brand new attack upon us deliberately by bioterror.
Was this a bioweapon? Again, did we finance with our taxpayer dollars a Chinese bioweapon that killed millions of people?
Do you think SARS-CoV-2 was developed as a bioweapon?
So I'd like to think it wasn't, and I'll probably have to leave it at that. Some of the intelligence is classified, and I can't talk about it.
Here's where it gets ugly. Trump's senior advisors talked him out of the idea as it was about to be announced, according to insider accounts detailed in a soon-to-be-released book on the origins of COVID-19 titled What Really Happened in Wuhan. Folks, this is stunning. Again, for those of you, I don't want to hear one more time from another insider swamp rat rodent. I don't want to hear one more time. They found deep state. The deep state, I don't care what you call it, the silly state, the stupid state. I'm not interested in what you call it. It is real. Trump, again, his instincts were right. I don't blame him, don't blame him, I don't care. His instincts were right on target. Get a commission going right away where this coronavirus came from, and he was stopped by people inside his own administration. Again, we need a house cleaning, a total house cleaning. The upper levels of the FBI, the upper levels of the intelligence community, the upper levels of the State Department. Ladies and gentlemen, our government now is clearly at the upper levels, has figures in it committed to working against us and at the behest of some of our enemies, whether they're doing it on the record, off the record, or they're just useful idiots.
And I will put the lie to the individuals of the NIH, particularly Gallo and Fauci and Hazeltine and Essex and the rest of these scoundrels of the worst order. Criminals guilty of genocide, without a doubt. I invite them to take me to court. I wish Burroughs Wellcome would take me to court because they have been putting out a killer drug knowingly.
it would only be the biggest story of our time if our media could remove their heads from their asses.
The German Corona Committee Foundation reached out to me and asked me to provide all of the documentation to them who are suing the World Health Organization with 1,000 doctors. 10,000 MDs, and they reached out to me privately to give them a 1.5-hour documentation of Anthony Fauci's knowledge of how he was going to kill people before the pandemic started, how he's still doing it right now while you're seated here.
Quote, the research the Chinese were doing on gain of function, that's where you make viruses more transmissible to humans and more dangerous, was for potentially military offensive purposes.
I don't know where it came from. Ask China.
Folks, what more do we need to hear?
Heil me? Come on, for old time's sake. Heil me, little man.
No.
Heil me.
No.
A little high, just a little higher, please.
Fuck off, Hitler.
I forgot I had that in there. I do try to tone things down a little bit these days. But you know how it is, man. You know how it is. All right. This is so funny because it reminded me of where is Dan Scavino? Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Okay. Let's go to. I thought it was him. I thought he posted the China thing. It's like, now I can't find it. It was so funny. Okay. I don't think I can find it, but you guys may have seen it. Or maybe it wasn't him, it was somebody else, but it was just so funny. It's just like Trump going China, China, China over and over again. Hold on, bear with me. I'm like so committed now. I have to find it. I know. I think I reposted it on my timeline. So, I might have to give up, guys. It was so funny too. All right, if I find it later, I find it later. Okay, and also, yeah, they got to play this one too at one point. Okay, so I want to go to this real quick because this is some interesting news. Now, it was last night or sometime yesterday. It was last night for me, but could have been early morning for Trump. He just posts this, which is a screenshot from his, phone. And I'll read it first. Here. So it says, it's from Marty Macri. I hope I said that right. Dear President Trump, please accept my resignation effective today. During my tenure, I announced 50 major FDA reforms. Joe Biden's FDA had none. I'm extremely proud that we reduced drug review times from a year to 1 to 2 months, wrote new guidance to advance psychedelics, introduced a new plausible mechanism pathway for rare disease drugs, and changed estrogen labels to tell women the truth about menopausal hormone replacement. It's been the honor of a lifetime to serve as your FDA commissioner, and I am forever grateful. Respectfully, Marty Macri, MD. Now, they resigned. So it's the head of the FDA, by the way, resigned. And the first thing that I thought to myself, because the FDA is the one that goes like, oh, yes, you can put that in your food. We'll check it or no, and we've learned that they've okayed all kinds of things. I mean, just the fact that we have like genetically modified food, this should have never been approved ever. Like that. We have actually Obama to thank for that. We have Obama to thank for like everything that ever went wrong is Obama. Okay. I mean, prove me wrong. So There's that. Okay. So, yes, they resign. They send it to Trump. He puts it out. And I go, who wants to bet that the head of the FDA is resigning due to Secretary Kennedy's going full speed ahead into exposing the poisons in our food? The panic is real. Now, he put this out the day before, the 14th. Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's when I posted it. So it was the day before. So 12th, today's the 14th. So he did it. And then yesterday, right, the 13th, Trump posted this. So listen to what he says. I think people are afraid and they are leaving because they know that this guy, he's moving in and he's figuring out what's been making us sick and killing us and making it so we're always sick. So we're a forever customer to Big Pharma. This man right here, he is a threat to them.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. Today, we're taking action to strengthen the safety of the American food supply. Families deserve safe food. At HHS, we set that standard and we enforce it. The FDA will, for the first time, continuously review chemicals already in our food, replacing a decades-old system with continuous oversight for the first time. We will evaluate the science on an ongoing basis. We'll identify the risks earlier and will act when necessary to protect the public health. We'll make our findings public. The American people have a right to see the data and understand the decisions and hold us accountable. We are also reevaluating two widely used food chemicals, BHT and ADA. BHT preserves fats and oils and appears in cereals, frozen foods, and packaged snacks. ADA is used in flour processing and appears in bread products and food contact materials. These substances are widely used, but that does not establish safety. We are taking a fresh look at that question. We're requesting data from researchers, industry, and the public through a formal request for information posting. If you have evidence on how these chemicals are used or how they affect human health, submit it through the Federal Register at regulations.gov. We will review the evidence and act based upon the science. We have also built a new prioritization tool to identify which chemicals require urgent review and to direct our resources where they matter most. We will publish a running list of chemicals under review so the public can track our work and see our decisions. This approach replaces a static system with continuous oversight. It replaces limited visibility with full transparency. It allows us to identify risks earlier and act before harm occurs. At HHS, we follow the evidence, we make our work visible, and we act to protect the American people. Under President Trump's leadership, we're raising the standard for food safety in this country, which is how we make America healthy again. Thank you.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
So somebody, and it's funny because I was always imagining it would be like this, but the way that Trump's administration has come in the second time, they're just like, okay, we're going in now. We're just going in. We're being polite about it. We're telling everybody what we're doing, but we're doing exactly what you voted us in to do. And dang. So again, I don't know if there's a connection to that or not, but I found that quite interesting. Now, a little off topic, but I thought worth sharing. Somebody tagged me in this. I had to look it up. So this is UN Deputy Spokesman Farhan Haq. Says the UN is on a unsustainable trajectory. He warns that the United Nations faces total financial collapse as a result of non-payment of dues by member states. Because we were paying it all. We face a real danger of running out of money, he said. Okay, hold up. We pulled out of there only a year ago and they're already going to bankrupt. Holy crap, you know how dependent they were on us? This is the best thing ever. I wish William Cooper was alive to see this. I just, there's certain things that I wish certain people that came before us seen. He did, his, what was his show? His talk show? Anyways, he went way into the UN. Like they have this. This is where the UN, I'll tell you. I can actually say this. The UN is ran. I can't even say this, but I'll just say it. The UN is ran by witches and warlocks. And it can be proven. Well, we'll say also Satanists. That's actually the most accurate one. However, there are witches specifically, and this is all through hold on. What is her name? Okay. So Alice Bailey, who created the Lucis Trust Company, which really used to be called Lucifer Publishing Company. Okay. Remember Alice Bailey? This is how this all connects to the UN. What was the name of the lady? She just basically, she was kind of a witch, and she really looked at the teachings of this lady, Madame Blavatsky. Hold on. Blavatsky. I do not know how to write that. All right. Here we go. She's a witch, by the way. Do not be fooled. Actually, you can kind of tell she is. So I did a dig on her, and basically her teachings are New Age and how Lucifer is light and Lucifer is knowledge, and people that believe in God are actually the enemy because they're preventing you from the ultimate knowledge that Lucifer wanted to give you, which is also the knowledge of good and evil, right? So they twist scripture, they twist the Bible, they basically just twist truth is what they do. She was a massive influence. Also, in her writings, she literally says things that I don't even want to say, but like she praises the devil. She says like, hail, okay. In her writings, she doesn't even pretend, okay? And here we go. She did these things called the Theophacy. I don't even know how to say that. Or the Secret Doctrine. You guys seeing this? Okay, just so you know. And this influenced the lady, Alice Bailey. Don't worry, I'm just doing like a live dig so I can show you the connection here. Influenced this woman, Alice Bailey, who is directly connected through Lucis Trust Company to the United Nations as a advisor. Okay. So actually let's hold on. Alice Bailey Trust advisor to the UN. Okay. Oh, I switched it. Hold on. Okay. See if we can zoom in for you guys. So I know we're on a little sidetrack here, but I'm just telling you, I can actually tell you because see, William Cooper, he talks about they have this meditation room at the UN, and it's made with in the meditation room is this block, and it's the biggest block they have ever known of a certain type of metal or something. I forgot what it is. It's very specific, and a lot of people think it's a meteorite. And it's in the meditation room, and it has energy, okay? And it's so witchy. It's so like dark, I'm telling you. So anyways, and those are promoted by this. So Alice Bailey, she did create Lucis Trust, which used to be Lucifer Publishing Company. So it says Lucis Trust, founded by Alice Bailey in 1922, is an esoteric publishing house and educational organization that holds consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. So when Trump left the UN, okay, 1,000 points of light freaks. When he left the UN, we left them, okay? We left these dudes. We left some deep, dark, satanic people. anyway, she had the Beacon magazine. Okay, remember Lucifer comes as a here we go. The Lucius Trust Publishing Company was founded early 1920s as the Lucifer Publishing Company. You can't make this stuff up, guys. And it's funny, as an anon, you find this, right? And you're like, I guess I got to live with that. Everyone's like, we love the UN world peace. And I'm like, bro, Lucifer? I mean, anybody? No, nobody. So anyways, we will leave. I'm sorry, I always go off on these things. I'm kind of a retard. So anyways, we're losing money. Yeah, we cut you off, you nasty snakes. That's what we did. I'll play it again so we can revel in the glory.
The Secretary General has, as you know, repeatedly made clear the problem both of non-payment of Jews by member states and the related problem of the UN being forced to repay member states for budget expenses that it does not budget money that it does not spend, so those
I need
two
your money.
factors
So
have put us on an
help.
unsustainable trajectory. Although more than 150 member states paid their dues last year, we ended 2025 with a record 1.5.
I mean, imagine he had to come out here and do this speech. Somebody made him do it. Like, he's just like, nobody wants to say, bro, our organization is failing. All the investments that you guys did through us for the Green New Deal and all this stuff. Oh, the organization itself is failing. Like, I could tell he didn't have a good day that day. Hold on, Sparky.
$56 billion in outstanding dues, which is more than double that of the previous year. So unless either the payments come in or we're not compelled to spend, to return the monies that we are not able to spend because we didn't receive the budget, unless one of those two things happen, we face a real danger of running out of money.
Uh-oh. The piggy bank has run dry. I love this. I have been enjoying the Trump administration so much with all my heart. I mean, you know what I mean? There's just nothing better than it. Okay. So now, guys, I have some other things. I had some montages and things that I will, I guess, go through. But the thing is, okay, I've been live for 2 hours. Everybody in chat here. Oh, and I see everybody over on X. Okay. Oh yeah, but what is their ultimate agenda, Abby? To change mankind in some way? Oh, you mean like with the DNA editing? Yeah, if you want to know I did a video about it, and I don't really put the video out much because I feel like it's really scary. And because I think that maybe people get scared about it if they already took the vaccine. But basically, so we are resonating beings, okay? Let me just tell you. Our cells vibrate, and they vibrate in the language of sound and vibration, which is, I believe, the language of God. And when they change your cells, they won't resonate like they did before. And so I framed it like in the video, I go, you're losing your connection to God. And I think that freaked people out thinking they're losing their salvation or being able to go to heaven. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're just, yeah, I hope you guys understand. And I don't want to offend anybody because, like, again, you get the vaccine, you believe in Jesus, I believe you're 100% fine because this is just a tent, right? St. Paul say that we're a soul in a tent. And, you know, we deal with health problems and all these issues. And yeah, if you took the vaccine, man, I am so sorry. And a lot of people were forced into it. And, and the propaganda was strong. And I was lucky because I kind of already knew that they were going to do something like it. Like, so anyways, but yeah, the whole thing about changing the DNA, that's why I do believe that we can use the same technology, CRISPR, and reinsert the DNA. So let's say somebody took the vaccine, find somebody in their family that has a close enough DNA, because guys, this is what they did. So it's not even like, you know, a what if. This is actually what they did. They changed people's DNA through the RNA so that it would create spike proteins when the virus came, right? They edited you. They edited you. However, if you can do that, which they do, logic dictates that if you can get, let's say, the gene, because it's all about so basically there's this little replicator thing that replicates your cells, okay? And it just pops them out, keeps them popping in and out. That is the thing that they inserted, the mRNA. It goes through the cell wall, and that replicator now is making the cells that do that. But we could, hypothetically, do the same thing and reinsert non-modified cells from, you know, some of us that didn't get vaccinated into, and then that starts replicating the correct one. I mean, the science is there. So I think it can be fixed. I actually believe it can be fixed, but that we haven't gotten to that point yet. So obviously this is just me talking. Like there's no people that have come out and said this. This is just what I think logically would be the next step to reverse some of that damage. And yeah, I think it's totally doable. But yeah, the ultimate goal, to answer your question, took me a long time. I think it was to change us so that we didn't vibrate in the same resonance. So we couldn't, so that we were blocked, you know, so that we were numbed from the truth, right? So they just love to poison us, whether it's a vax or not. I mean, I hope you didn't get it, but even if you didn't get the vaccine, heck, me just eating like freaking a couple of Oreo cookies and like a energy drink, I'm already poisoning myself. Believe me, I had an energy drink today. That's my confession. But it's got bad stuff in it, you know, so we gotta think about it. Yeah, it's just been an attack on our bodies. But see, Jesus said that this would be a thing, you know, and disease and pestilence, and you know, they've, you know, Agenda 21 or Agenda 30, we should say now, you know, the projection of a green new planet and whatever. Why they're like that is because half of us would be gone. Like they don't even, you know, you've seen Bill Gates. If we do a really good job with vaccines, the population will be cut in half. Like people have less babies. Wait, what? You know? And then of course Trump, you know, talking about that as well. He goes, as soon as the babies come out, what did he say? He goes, it's like a vat. Because it is. He's like, if you're getting like, if a baby comes out and they want to give them 8 shots, that means as far as like liquid amount in that baby's body that was just stuck in their body, it could be like a whole cup's worth, man. Like at least a half of a cup. Because like, it's just wild to think about. So way off topic. But anyways, guys, I have so much stuff like usual. So I'm going to ask you all in chat. Rapid Response, which posts directly from the White House, they put this out. This is the full interview. Okay, this is a full interview Hannity had with Trump. This just came out. So basically, I'm going to ask you, should we watch this? Because I could like hang out and watch this with you. Okay, this just came out 1 hour ago now. I seen it like it had come out like 40 minutes ago when I clicked on it or something. So let me know in chat if you, showing some renegades. Maybe we should just watch it. Maybe I should do an executive order. Ridgewalker, Thank you, Abby. I think the same thing, and it's a scary subject. It is a scary subject. It's something that people don't want to talk about because even it can get feelings hurt. I think this is when Q goes, welcome them with open arms. And I like messed up about that the other day when I was like, yeah, I was cheering on all of us that didn't take the vaccine, which is fine. But I was also like going like, man, this is pretty heartless. And if somebody came on this stream that had the vaccine, they'd be like, I don't want to listen to this person. I feel scared. So it is a scary subject and we don't know the full conclusion yet. I think that's what makes it really scary. And I think that's why they want to declass it. And the truth will always set you free. And then once we know the truth, then we can start, fixing things and helping people and healing them. And I think it's definitely part of the plan. So I think I'm going to play some of this at least and watch it with you guys because it just came out. So
thank you so much for sitting down. Your first interview, we appreciate it. Wow. They rolled out the red carpet. I have video of when Barack Hussein Obama came to China.
Barack Hussein
There
Obama.
wasn't as much pageantry. From your perspective, that welcome, how did you interpret that?
Well, we have a relationship, he and I, and we've been working together a long time. We've gotten along well. When I first came here, China was really taking advantage of the United States. He understands that. And now we do great with China, and we have a very good relationship. We have a friendship, really. He's a tremendous leader. He's been here a long time, very powerful, very strong. There's no doubt about it. And we just have a good relationship. I did actually see other people arrive here that not treated so well, but we were treated very well.
So that was meaningful for you?
Well, I mean, if I got out of a plane and nobody was there to greet me, I would say that wouldn't be so cool because it's really respect for our country.
That's so cool.
Our country is respected. Look, we're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. But he and I know each other well, I think beyond maybe that. But we certainly got a very nice greeting, and today was beautiful.
Mr. President, if there was any meeting that I think I would want to be a part of, I would love to have been in that meeting. Rather than me start with a bunch of questions about this and that, and I do have specific questions, in your own words, how did this meeting go? Because I knew you were there a long time.
It was a long meeting. It started off interestingly because they're very organized people. And as you know, we have about 30 of the biggest business leaders in the world, biggest everything, you name it, from chips to planes to everything. And they're all here. I didn't invite them. They all wanted to come. And they're all here. And I suggested that before we start the meeting, I'd like to introduce them to you. And they were...
I found it a little interesting. He goes, they're all here. So it's like Hannity's in China. Like, is he? We gotta check that out. I'll have to look at that.
Surprised because it wasn't scheduled. And they looked around, they said, well, and then, we had everybody. I don't want to go into names because I'll leave some out. But there were a lot of guys.
Tim Cook, Elon,
a lot of people.
Musk.
Yeah, we had everybody.
The head of NVIDIA was
Jensen.
here.
We had just everybody. And men and women, all great business, the best. And they said, okay. And they each spoke a little bit and introduced themselves. And it's interesting because they do business in China. Most of them do business here, but probably like to do more. And I'd like to see them do more. That would be good for trade and trade balance. And they were fantastic. I'll tell you, they really had a good time. Once the Chinese leadership, because it was President Xi and many other leaders, once they got used to the fact that we're a little off schedule here and we're talking about a subject that wasn't even thought about, but they were outside. I said, I think we can get them in 5 minutes because they were literally, a few minutes away from the room where we were in the Great Hall. We were in the Great Hall. And they came in and they did fantastically well. It was really good. I think he actually said, that was very good. That was a good idea. But it was very different from what the schedule had. And then we went on. And we talked about a lot of different subjects, and I think it was all good.
Let me ask you this. You always say that you have a very good relationship with President Xi, and you say the same thing about Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
You're America first. You seem to always understand he's going to be China first.
Yeah, totally.
And so
he is. He's China first. He wants to make good deals. But
I love that he's bringing this up. I hope you don't mind me pausing and having some commentary. Like, this is the best thing. Okay, there are people that just get triggered, and I don't think they're real patriots because they don't understand the art of the deal. They don't understand the art of the deal. Anyways, like, there's been times he goes, "Oh yeah, Hillary, wonderful woman. Obama, great guy. You know, Barack Hussein Obama, heard of him? He's a great guy. You know, like." Everybody that knows should know. That's the pleasantries. It's almost in a funny way, a mockery, because there's a secret war going on and they're both obviously aware of it. So I find it interesting. And Hannity is trying to put a little crack through the shield that Trump puts up that we're great friends. We're great. And why Trump does this is because he's a brilliant businessman and he does not show his cards. And that's key.
Relationship with President Xi. And you say the same thing about Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
You're America first.
Yeah.
You seem to always understand he's going to be China first.
Yeah, totally.
And so
he is. He's China first. He wants to make good deals. But having a good relationship is a good thing, not a bad thing. I explain to people, you know, it's great when you have good relationships with very powerful countries, and powerful economically as well as we have the most. I built in my first term the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest military in the world. We proved that with Venezuela. We proved it with Iran. Iran's wiped out militarily. It's just a question of time. And you know, we gave them a break by stopping a little while. We have a blockade. They have no boats are going in. No boats are even thinking about it. We talked about it today. It's very interesting, but they're impressed. We have a great military. We have the greatest military we've ever had, but we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. I built it in the first term. A little was given away by Biden to Afghanistan. And as much as it was a lot, but it's a very little compared to what we have. We have a country that is respected. Our country 2 years ago, if Biden came here, I don't even think he would get a meeting with President Xi. I don't think they'd even meet with him.
I don't know if he'd be able to focus long enough in the meeting.
You know what? He wouldn't come here. But assuming he came, I don't know that he'd even have a meeting. It's amazing. Actually, a lot of people, I noticed even with the business leaders, they're the biggest businessmen in the world, and women, a couple of women. And most of them, almost all of them, but most of them never met President Xi. This was the first time they've met him. So they found it exciting. They all performed very well. They all spoke. And I said, it's a little different position for them because they're hot stuff back in our country. But here they are, they're standing in front of this, you know, massive country, the leadership. But they really performed well, I thought.
You have in the past described President Xi to me as very tough, all business.
Yeah.
You're not describing the type of business that he normally used to do. Do you think that your relationship has evolved to the point where, he can go along with your spontaneity?
I think he's a warm person, actually, but he's all business. He's, there's no games. There's no talking about how nice the weather is. Oh, let's look at the stars. Let's look at the sun. You know, no, he's all business. And I like that. I mean, that's a good thing. No games. I say it about him, and I could say it about some, not as complimentary, frankly.
No games. Hold on.
But I say about him that if you went to Hollywood and you looked for a leader of China to play a role in a movie,
central casting.
He's central casting. You couldn't find a guy like him. Even his physical features. You know, he's tall, very tall, and especially for this country because they tend to be a little bit shorter. You look at the military. I mean, the military today was incredible. That military marching was incredible. But no, if you went to Hollywood, you're not going to find a guy to play the role. He's good. And he's I mean, I'll get criticized. They always criticize me when I say good things about certain leaders, and this one. But he's a leader for China. He's led almost 1.5 billion people for a long time, and he's respected. It's sort of interesting when the fake news said, he said, they'll say, President Trump said that President Xi was a brilliant leader. That's a terrible thing. What am I going to do? You know, but it's, you know, you saw the response, you saw here's the thing. Those business people are here to make deals and to bring back jobs. They're bringing back massive numbers. You know, China's going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars with those people that were in that.
Yes. I love what you said, Pixie Cox. Why does no reporter ever ask what he means by central casting? There's a lot of takes on that. There is a lot of takes on that. I do have a unique stance. There is a broad spectrum. There's a spectrum of people that believe everything's all good and done, taken care of, and we're just watching the movie. Like it's all done and taken care of. I am not one of those people. I do feel like a lot of it is, but a lot of it is still active, like a military operation. But there has definitely been moves that have been done years in advance for these very times now. So as far as that, yes. And also, yes, certain people playing their parts. I do think there is some of that. But I do also think that there is a real deep state and a real global cabal that is not done yet. If it is, we'd all be in the golden age, right? Like, you know, use your mind a little bit with that. But yeah, I think that the central casting, I think that, I mean, he says it a lot. So I'm aware he is definitely saying there is people playing their parts. And I hope one day that all of that is revealed. Like once, you know, national security and the safety of everybody in the operation is done and all the evil big villains are locked up, the rest of them are squashed down to the corners of the earth. Hopefully we're going to get a nice, I would say history book, but that is probably going to be an amazing documentary. And I hope that, man, it would be great. I could even imagine Brad making an amazing documentary about this. But yeah, I think the truth will be told. And I do think that there's been quite a bit of central casting that has gone on for sure.
Rome today. That's why they came. That's why they came. It was really an honor. We had just about every major business leader in there.
Yeah, I mean, the list was impressive. There's no doubt about it. So maybe to give people some insight into how you act in these situations, you're representing our country. You're the president of our country. And we get to watch you on a regular basis, something that the media did not get a lot of access to when Joe Biden was president. But we watch you.
He never did it.
Well,
and when he did do it, it was a disaster. Okay, so almost 100% of the time, it was a disaster.
Pretty much.
It was a terrible thing for our country. It can't be represented like that. Our country was laughed at. 2 years ago, our country was laughed at. We felt like a stupid country. We were scorned. We were mocked. We were taken advantage of in trade and every other way. I mean, look at what happened with Afghanistan. We left all that, you know, billions of dollars of equipment behind. Could have taken it. It was just unbelievable. There's no reason to do that. Just all of a sudden and leave it. No, we were a country with the highest inflation in history. You know, when they talk about high prices, I inherited the high prices. I'm getting them down. I've got them down incredibly. In fact, if I didn't make the little excursion to the country of Iran, I had to do it. We just hit the highest stock market ever, which, by the way, now we're now higher than we were before the war started. And oil went up very little compared to what most people, even including me, I thought it would go up more. But that was okay for a short period of time because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They're crazy.
I'm going to get to that.
You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it. There'd be no Israel. There'd be no Middle East. There'd be no Europe. And they come at us too. Because you know why? They're crazy.
I'm going to get back to Iran. Let me go to the media and Donald Trump and then the person and give people insight into the guy that sits in the room across from the leader of China, 1.5 billion people. We watch you almost daily with the media, and I think you enjoy it. You bring them in, they have gaggles, you keep them there for a long period of time. Probably.
It's not that I enjoy it.
You don't enjoy it?
No.
You seem like you do.
Well, every question's a kill. You know, they're always going for the kill. Every question, you see these people with a hatred. I said, you have such hatred when you ask the question. Why? Because they have a strong border? Because they have a good military? Why do you have such hatred? The whole thing is crazy. It's not that I enjoy it. It's that I can get the word out, because I don't get the word out. I mean, look, Fox is great, and, you know, we have some that are good. But overall, if you read the New York Times, you actually think we're losing or not doing well in Iran. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. It's gone. It's just a question of time. If we want, we stopped. Could have gone for another few weeks. It would have been over. I did that at the request of a lot of leaders that are friendly with them. It's not going to matter for them. They're finished. Now they can make a deal, or they get annihilated. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But we have the greatest military. And, you know, when you do news conferences, you're getting the word out that you're not going to read in the New York Times. I mean, I read these things. I see some of your other networks, the way they cover, they will take a massive military victory and make it like,
let's
we
go.
should have done it faster.
Call that fake
The one
news
thing they
out.
couldn't complain about was Venezuela, because it was over in one day. So we're comparing it to.
So here's my question.
You know, as an example, Vietnam lasted for 19 years. Right? I think Iraq was 10 years. Thousands and thousands of people killed there. Many, many thousands in Vietnam. And we have, sadly, we've lost, in 2 wars, we've lost 13 people. 13. That's 13 people too many. But we've lost 13 as opposed to 75,000, as opposed to 50,000, as opposed to numbers that are staggering. Think of it. We're 19 years in Vietnam. Every war, we're 4 years, 8 years, 9 years. Iraq was 10 years. We're on all these wars. I've never, like a couple of months, and the Navy's gone. They have 159 ships. Every single one of them is now happily floating or not floating at the bottom of the sea. No, every one. They have no Air Force. They had a nice Air Force. They don't anymore. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably have. I mean, we know everything they've done. They built it up a little bit. We'll take it out in one day. It'll all be gone. I hope they're watching, because all of their anti-stuff, anything they put up, we know exactly what they put up. You know, they had a little respite. And so they're trying to get a few things together. They have taken some missiles from underground. We know exactly what they're doing. It'll all be gone in one day. Everything they've done for the last 4 weeks will be gone in one day. But when you read some of these horrible papers, if you watch CNN as an example, or that other one, they used to go to MSDNC, now it's MS Now. And they got rid of it because it was such an embarrassment. Gets no ratings. CNN has just been destroyed.
You were pretty funny the other day. You were in the Oval Office and you go.
But when you read some of these horrible papers, if you watch CNN as an example, or that other one, they used to go to MSDNC now.
MSDNC network. Hold on. Because I have another Q posting when he said this is not a game. I pulled up this is not a game. MSDNC. I'll just share it for a moment so you can see. This is not going away. Corruption at the highest levels of government, at DOJ, FBI, MSDNC, political elite, protection struggles during bright, sunny days. MSDNC con, the country is divided in Dementia Joe, currently excuse me, I've got like something in my throat today. I think it's allergies. Currently taking early stage dementia medication. Okay. MSDNC controls what you see, digital echo. He's just talking about this. Many thousands of MSDNC direct attacks have failed to control the reach. sway opinion, and prevent growth, free thought. When direct attacks use of insert cutouts fail, so that is, cutouts would be like jump cuts. Sorry, like, geez, I wouldn't want to talk again. So basically, they're talking about jump cuts. Jump cuts is like if I go, I don't even know, like you'd have to say something and you cut it up in a way, just this little snippet that it looks one way, but it's not. Oh yeah, there's very fine people on both sides. They're like, Trump is okay if he likes Hitler people. It's like, but then no, because if you let it roll for 49 more seconds, he says, but definitely not those people. Like, but they didn't want you to see that. MSDNC didn't want you to see that. So when direct attacks, use of insert cutouts fail and censorship ban deployed as aggressive method to slow limit growth, next, more active violence, frame ups, controlled information, dissemination, system disguised to control you is threatened. If you pose no threat, reach on topics to their control, information dominance, they would not continue to expand ammunition. It's because you are a threat. They would not care. Second, attack topic, number one, POTUS. All for conspiracy, information warfare, infiltration, not invasion. So we'll continue, but yeah, there's multiple MSDNC. I like how he goes, now they call themselves MS now. But when he said that, it's just like, boom, because I remember, I don't know, I just remember all the Q posts sometimes when I hear certain words. How much of the population still believes POTUS colluded with Russia due to MSDNC 365 blitz, meaning every day, forever, we're going to brainwash you, brainwash you, brainwash you, brainwash you, Russia, 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 Russia. The people that fell for it have been actual victims of mind control, and that's just the truth of it. It's a soft version, but it's a real version. All right, I'm going to play this, and yeah. So I really like how he said that. I'll rewind it over time.
So it's from underground. We know exactly what they're doing. It'll all be gone in one day. Everything they've done for the last 4 weeks will be gone in one day. But when you read some of these horrible papers, if you watch CNN as an example, or that other one, they used to go to MSDNC, now it's MS Now. And they got rid of it because it was such an embarrassment. It gets no ratings. CNN has just been destroyed.
You were pretty funny the other day. You were in the Oval Office and you go, you know, I think whatever I want to do, I'm going to say the opposite. Then I'll get what I want.
It took me a while, you know.
But by the way, there's probably some.
No, I'm going to announce what I don't want. I'll be able to get it. They'll immediately, I'll say, we will not build a wall. We will not because I built over 1,000 miles of wall. People don't even talk about it. We have the safest southern border in the history of our country. We have the safest border in the world other than North Korea. I tell you, North Korea has a pretty safe border too. They've got 5 fences that are fully electrocuted.
You were at that border.
I saw. There's never been anyone. There was one person that got through, but he ended up dying about 10 feet as he got through.
Let me go to the issue of trade, tariffs, intellectual property theft. I'm sure, especially with all those big business people you brought in, those are big. Any progress you can report?
Yeah, I mean, it is progress, but I also tell people that, you know, I was at an interview with a very bad, stupid reporter. She works for CBS. You saw that 60 Minutes. Stupid person, just an average person. You could take anybody off the street and it'd be as good as she is, just very average. And she asked me a question.
Yeah.
She's talked about China, this and that. They steal this and they steal that. And I said, yeah, we do it to them too. They spy on us. I said, we spy on them too, I guess, So some people thought that was cute. Other people said, you don't have to say that. I said, I sort of do. No, we do things and they do things, and that's the way it is. Now, with that being said, I spoke to him very strongly about that, and I'd like to see it taken care of. But they've been doing that for 50 years.
Yeah.
They've
We
been
see
doing
a
it for
change.
long time. I
In other
will say
words, will there
this.
be an improvement with trade?
Fentanyl is way down coming into the country for two reasons. The border's strong, but it's also down because they're sending less. We taxed them. I gave them a 20% tariff, and because of fentanyl, it's like a penalty. Nobody ever did that. You didn't know that probably. I gave them a 20% tariff because they're sending fentanyl. It's a huge amount of money. I actually said, the tariff is costing you $200 billion.
Ooh.
And you make $200 million, much less, a small percentage from the sale. I think from the sale of the fentanyl. And so fentanyl is used for a lot of different reasons, but the bad reason probably outweighs the good. That fentanyl is used for a lot of, you go into fentanyl, it's used for a lot of different things, including operations, et cetera.
Yeah,
et cetera.
medical.
It's been a disaster. But as you know, I put on a charge of 20% of tariff for 20%. Nobody else would do that. And we do well with China, and I think we'll both do well. These people really, what I'd like to see, China doesn't open the country. It's massive. It would be unbelievable for our companies if they opened it, and I think it would be good for China too.
Any indication they will open?
Well, they're going to open some of it. Yeah, they open it in stages. I'd like to just see them open it. But they guard their country, and he cherishes his country. He wants to take. He wants China to be.
What does he want from you? What does he want?
Is the greatest phrase of all time.
What does he want from us?
They have a similar.
What does he want from the U.S.?
A lot of things. We talked about a lot of things.
I like nothing against Hannity, but I wish I could just interview him because, if he said something like that, I'd be like, "Oh, tell me what's their phrase." Have you noticed a lot of times these reporters just do not follow the man where he wants to go? And I know they'd be like, "Oh, he's just doing his Trump thing," but I would want to know that. This is the mind of the man. Anyways, sometimes it bothers me. I wish he could have said, "Oh yeah, what's the phrase that they say?" Because see what Trump's showing here, because Hannity's trying to get at who's the boss, Trump, him or you? And Trump's saying we're both bosses. And we are finding we're trying to figure. Basically, he's saying, I want to have a relationship with people on Earth. Okay. America wants to have a relationship with other sovereign nations. We don't want to take you over. He's saying he wants to lessen the spying. We spy on them too. Trump is here to not play the same game. No, that's the whole idea. It's Hannity can't I don't know. He's can't get it, but that's okay. It's all right.
Their country, and he cherishes his country. He wants to take, he wants China to be,
What does he want from you? What does he want?
Is the greatest phrase of all time. But
what does he want from us?
They have a similar.
What does he want from the U.S.?
A lot of things. We talked about a lot of things. Too many things to discuss, but a lot of things. We had a very good meeting, but we want things from them. One thing he agreed to today is going to order 200 jets.
I gotta say, it's a wonderful comment. Donna Be Cool says they both want independence. I agree. See, the global cabal is big. It doesn't mean they have their percentage of the population that's in on it. It's probably less than 1%, but they're big because they're vast and they've done a network and they have spies, and these spies share all the other spy stuff from around the world. Imagine CIA around the whole world, but there's ones in Israel, there's ones in China, they're all over the place. Trump doesn't want that kind of structure anymore. That's a structure of a fear living based societies. We need to start advancing as civilizations, sovereign civilizations, but that can be based on structures of trust and things like that. How is that done? You have to have morals. You have to have laws. I know laws are a triggering thing, but There are laws that are necessary for life. Heck, nature has its own laws, if you want to be specific about it, right? I've always felt like for a civilization to expand and reach the stars, we have to stop like this Illuminati cabal control of people's minds. Like, done. We're done with this. We're done with this. Most of the population is good. Most of the population want to grow and expand and live their life and raise their children in peace and have hobbies and fulfill their dreams and become enlightened and pursue knowledge and create. And, that's what don't you feel good when you think about that? Isn't that the ultimate dream as a human, that you want to do that? That's what Trump wants to bring, and he wants to bring it for the rest of the world if they want to join. And so this thing here with Xi, I feel like he does want independence from the cabal as well, of some shape or form. I felt like they've been kind of fairly removed, just like how China is. But everybody has been locked because we'll call it the old world order, if you get what I'm talking about. They had everybody locked and under control. And they've been like that for some time. But things are changing really fast. And it was like a few days ago, Trump mentioned 1913. That's when things really went down. 1913, things went bad for the country. It's like, that's the Federal Reserve. Like, he was very much highlighting that. And now we got a new guy in charge. All this stuff, guys, all this stuff is planned. It's planned. Now, again, it's fluid. You got to gain people's trust. You got to make deals. Trump, the art of the deal. That's why he has that book. He's the best man for this right now. And so, yeah, I'll continue. But it's so cool. It's just so cool to see how he operates. We can learn a lot from this man.
Big thing, Boeing. 200 big ones. That's a lot of jobs. It's a lot. Boeing wanted 150. He got 200. He said, I think it was a commitment. It was sort of like a statement, but I think it was a commitment. It's a great thing. That's a lot of jobs. Boeing's doing a good job. They're catching up. The requests were a lot, and our requests were a lot. We requested for a lot. We have Visa, which is not allowed to trade, and they were there. It was a big company, and other companies are allowed to trade. And I said, what about letting Visa? We had the head of Visa there today, by the way. Visa's a big deal. I said, what about using Visa in China? For some reason, they were blackballed. And maybe that'll come off. So we had a lot of, we were in there for a few hours, right? Long time.
Do you think you made progress? Did you feel like that the give and take, for example, you're not going to sign this big agreement after hours meeting, but do you feel the foundation was laid for great success?
Better than last time. Last time we signed like 36 deals. This time it's much bigger than that. Talked about soybeans for our farmers. They're going to do a lot of soybeans for our farmers. They're going to be buying a lot of our farm product, which is great. They have an unlimited appetite, as the expression goes. They can buy as much as when you have that many people, they need it. And we have the best product. We're the best, sort of the best of everything. And they'll be doing that. Very farmer to me is very, I must have gotten 95% of the farm vote. And by the way, we just signed the farm bill, or we just approved the farm bill in Congress, which a lot of people thought was not going to happen. The Democrats are against farmers. You believe it? I say, how can they be against? Add that to the men and women sports center. The Democrats are against farmers. Can you believe it? So anyway, they're defective. I came up with a new name. I don't know if I should.
I know which one it is.
Democrats. Because they're dumb. They're dumb.
I came up with a new name.
D-U-M, I got rid of the B. So you're only changing one letter, right? E goes and the U comes. It's a Democrat.
You take up more space in people's heads than any one person on the face of this earth, right? You live rent-free.
I was talking about a guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a very low IQ individual. And I talked about him. He's a dumb guy. He's a Democrat. And I said, oh, what a great name that is. So
let me ask you this: the issue, and you've been asked about it, and we've spoken about it, and that is China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said.
I think he supports Iran. I think somebody nailed it earlier. Is because China being friends with Iran and they had strong language before Trump went in too. Like, don't mess with Iran. Trump did it anyways. Doesn't matter. Like, we're not gonna let nuclear weapons happen. But it's because if you look into it, I don't have the numbers yet. I could probably find them in a minute. China highly depended on them for all of their energy. So now they're in a tight spot, right? So I think that's what's happening here.
Ask you this: the issue, and you've been asked about it. And
So like it wasn't like people you can make it like, oh yeah, they're buddy, don't touch them, but it could be because that's our life supply. That's the only place we get our energy from, our oil or fuel. So that was my point.
you've spoken about it, and that is China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened. I said, well, we didn't stop it. They did it, and then we stopped them. Sort of interesting. He joked. He said, it's sort of, if they stopped it, then you stopped them. But they'd like to see it open. But they actually closed it. He didn't like the fact that they're charging tolls. I don't know if they are or not. I don't know who would pay them. I mean, where do they put the money? The country's decimated. They're charging tolls. Where's the money going?
So do you think President Xi and China have the ability to influence the Iranians, considering they are one of their biggest
probably,
customers?
But look, he's not coming in with guns. He's not coming in with rifles. They're not coming in shooting. Somebody said he's been very good. They get a lot of their oil, 40% of their oil from that location. So what has happened, and one thing I think that we're going to make a deal on, they've agreed they want to buy oil from the United States. They're going to go to Texas. We're going to start sending Chinese ships to Texas and to Louisiana and to Alaska. And I think that was another thing that was agreed to. That's a big thing.
What about liquefied natural gas?
It's not that much longer.
Gas too?
Yeah, everything. Energy.
Energy.
That's the one thing. They really need energy. That's the one thing. They have an insatiable appetite for energy, and we have unlimited energy. We've now under me, but we now produce more than if you combine Saudi Arabia and before the war. If you took Saudi Arabia, Russia, put them together, we're doing twice as much oil and gas as they are. Think of that. It's amazing.
Venezuela
that
was one, we're two.
Called drill, baby drill, right?
Oh, well, I mean, when you really think about it, if they have a problem with Iran, and they need the strait more than we need it open,
we don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
Fair enough. So,
I mean, you could make the case, like, why are we even? We're doing it to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and, Kuwait and other countries, Bahrain.
It also helps China.
And I told them today, I said, we're helping you. And we're helping you in another way because I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either. I said, they're stone cold crazy. You don't need them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much. He's a pretty cool guy. He's not going to say, "Oh, gee, that's a good point."
I think he might.
What's he going to do? What a wonderful point.
You think he agreed?
Yeah, I think
that was the impression.
I don't think he wants him to have. No, he would like to see it end. But he's been good about it, Hasn't done anything hostile.
They get discounted oil from Iran. Here's a thought. Because if you're going to expand trade, and it's going to include benefits for our farmers, and it's going to include manufacturing and all those, top CEOs and executives that you brought into that meeting that they didn't expect, I would imagine that there probably is a deal to be had on the energy front, which would be great for our country. Because
So I told him I'd love to see you buy oil from Texas and Louisiana, from the United States, Alaska. We've got so much of it. And he said he likes the idea. He'd like to talk about that. I think it'll happen.
Let's go.
Yeah. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. I don't know.
I think that would be a huge announcement.
Look, they're doing it right now. They're sending Chinese ships up to buy oil.
They do.
So we're doing, and I don't like talking about it because then the fake news media says, oh, Trump doesn't talk about the fact that somebody's paying 2.5 from, I had it down to $1.85 in Iowa a gallon. So now it's $4 and it's going to not be long. And as soon as the war ends, it's going to go down to lower than it was before. It's going to be very quick. And, when I explain it to people, all you have to do is say, do you think Iran, they're crazy, should have a nuclear weapon? Everybody says no. I said, well, then you think I'm doing the right thing. And I have no choice. The sad thing is that we had just broken every record on the stock market, as you know. I thought the market would go down 20, 25 points. It didn't. It's higher now than it was before we started.
All right. If you want,
well, what? But isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. And, I know people around you told you oil prices would go up. Okay. I had a conversation with you and I asked you if I could bring this up. And I said, Mr. President, if you wanted to knock out Iran's economy, you could probably do it in under an hour. And you said to me, no, probably in 5 minutes.
Yeah, very.
That's what you said to me. And then I asked you.
Well, we hit Cargill and everything but the oil. We left that one little thing. I say, stay 50 yards away. And I said to General Raisin Kane, I said, General, how long will it take? He said, 4 or 5 minutes. I said, no, seriously, how long? I figured he'd say a day or 2 days, a week. He said, no, only 4 or 5 minutes. They wiped out the whole island. Except they left the nozzle, that's where the oil comes out, just in case.
You know what? That would end this conflict. That would end this war.
Well, it would, but then
you said to me.
Then you'd lose a lot of oil. And I don't know. Look, right now, there's no oil coming out of Cargill. None. Zero.
They're going to cap those wells.
People are finding other places to buy oil, like Texas. So I don't want to say we're making a fortune. Do you understand that? Because if I say, they're going to say, oh, he forgets about the little man, with the $4 gasoline.
You said the reason you said to me, this would wipe out their economy for over a decade. It's a population of over 90 million people
he said
that have been oppressed for 47 plus years.
Yeah.
And you said you didn't want to do that if you didn't have to.
So if I don't have to, I don't. Oh, that's the easiest shot of all. That would be done in 1 minute. The island took 4 minutes. The only thing I said, leave 50 yards around. They wiped out everything. I mean, it's wiped out. It would take one plane, 1 minute. That's all it would take. When you do that, you start off. That's a big statement to do that. Now, you also have bridges. You also have electric plants, which I think in many ways are worse because you can get the oil open faster than you can build a new bridge or build a new electric plant. But these guys should make a deal. I mean, only crazy people would not make a deal, but they should make a deal. And President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
he did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be a help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
What has complicated things probably the most is the top 3-tier leadership is wiped out.
It's gone.
Now you have a fractured leadership.
Yeah, but I think we have people that are leaders. I think they're much better than, I think they're much more reasonable. If you talk about regime change, that's the ultimate. No, I said, that is serious regime change, right? The third tier that we're dealing with now, I think they're actually much more reasonable and in many ways smarter than the first tier and the second tier who are no longer with us.
And why do they go forwards and backwards?
They make a deal and the next day, like we waited 5 days for a letter that should have been there 1 hour. I said, where's the letter? They're having a lot of turmoil. They got nothing but turmoil inside. And it's an amazing phenomenon. Nobody wants to be the president. You know, it's like they say, who wants to be president of Iran? Anybody want to be president? Everyone says, I don't want to be president.
But I've known you long enough to know you don't have infinite patience. You have patience. You're being patient.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to be much more patient. No, I'm not. They should make a deal. Any sane person would make a deal, but they might be crazy.
If you were to take some headlines out of this summit,
I like how he adds that at the end. Okay, hold on.
America, I'm sure, watched.
Let me pause this for a minute because I see people talking in chat. But guys, everybody in chat for a minute. I'm trying to find a Q post, and if you know it, help me find it. It's like, I thought it was like, what if Russia and China are working with POTUS, whatever, right? Where is that one? I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it, and I can't find it. I put in what if finally. Oh, here it is. 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 I think I found it. One. And hold on. I'm going to say hi to you guys in just a minute. Just a minute. I'm just a freak. Okay, hold on. Share this tab. Now we're going to dive into it for a minute, guys, because it's important. This is why people like me are not freaking out over things. Because, first of all, we understand propaganda and psychological warfare and all those things. But we also understand there's a much bigger picture, this 40,000 foot view. If we call it 17,000 foot view, no. But understanding there is a lot at play here. Way beyond USA. And don't get me wrong. It's really spearheaded because of Trump. So that's why Q says, if America falls, the world falls. Okay. So we are heading this movement of freedom for all. See, the idea is we want to bring what most Americans probably don't know, which we should be taught, is what's in our Constitution. And it says, or even in the Declaration of Independence, it says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that we are endowed by our Creator, the Creator of the universe, with certain unalienable rights. This means it doesn't matter what anyone says, what any paperwork, what anything. No. God has endowed us with these unalienable rights, meaning it cannot be taken from you, alienated. And what are they? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nobody could take that away from you. Now, think of all the countries that's taken away from them. That's what this movement's about. It's beyond, this is way beyond politics, by the way, if you haven't caught on. But Trump is trying to help not only free us, but at the same time free the world and make the world great again. Make people over in China understand, maybe get a glimpse of what liberty is, what life without communism could be. Now, I'm not saying that she's given up communism, okay? I'm not saying that. But how do we change this world? Well, you got to make some deals, but also make a way for people if they want to give up this old system. You have to give them away, a little bit of a path. It doesn't mean that certain crimes will go unpunished, but it does mean that a way is made for the rest of the population. Because that's the thing. Is like, I always hate that with the Israel thing. You guys are probably aware, like, it's all Israel, 100% it's just Israel, like just Israel in general, apparently is the whole new world order. That's dumb, okay? Yes, there's a cabal in Israel that are dark and satanic. And yes, Rothschilds, Rockefellers. Yes, a lot of the Illuminati bloodlines are Jewish. I am not going to not say that. Also, Hitler didn't die, and he was held in a Kush prison
that was none other paid for by the Jewish people. I forget the name of the person because Brad's talked to me about this before. And I'm like, whoa, are you serious? Like, so I'm aware, okay? But when people go, it's all the Jews, it's the Jews, like all those social influencers, and they all turn on Trump and they're saying Trump is like bowing down to Netanyahu, apparently. They're shills, okay? Because that is not what's happening. I will tell you that. But just like in chess, you cannot go for the queen or the king right away. You have to go to the first, the pawns, the horses, the knights, the whatever. I always forget all the names. But yeah, so this moves and counter moves. You got to do it right. Pre-planned. Okay, so I found it, guys. Should I read the whole thing? We'll read it. So this is Q Post 140. I'll talk to you guys. I'm so sorry. Just hold on. I love you. We'll talk to you, I promise. Okay. Wealth over generations buys power. Wow, this is going to be a deep one. So everybody listen up. Power over generations buys more wealth control. More wealth control buys countries and its people. That's so weird. I just went through and said everything that Q's saying right here. That's wild. Families combined, and I think they say tri equals New World Order, and I'm thinking that's what they're talking about, the triangle. Inner tri families will collapse. What is the keystone? Now, I felt sometimes, I did do a case that I think sometimes I don't know for sure, but sometimes I think Israel could be the keystone. I know Saudi Arabia there were parts of the triangle, and in certain, like, they got freed, by the way. Something big happened there. The first Trump administration. Okay, so what nation dominates all others? What nation has influence over most others? What is the keystone? Return to Saudi Arabia. Strings cut, plus, plus, plus. Puppets, plus, 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 in shadows. Looks like the strings were cut. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subject of power brokers. This is where we're leaning more into power equals wealth. So when I see power brokers, I'm thinking big banks, I'm thinking global banks, I'm thinking very wealthy people. Power brokers are also labeled as the puppet servants. What is the New World Order? Why did POTUS receive a sword dance when visiting Saudi Arabia? What does this mean culturally? Why is this relevant? What occurred in Saudi Arabia? How did POTUS remove one side of the pyramid? Okay, so now right there, they're saying that it is. I think if I'm wrong, guys, everybody in chat that knows what I'm doing here, if the tri up here doesn't represent that triangle, let me know if you have a different take. What did POTUS receive while visiting China? And note that this was 2017. This was the start of his first term. What did POTUS receive while visiting China? Where did POTUS dine? What is the significance? This is what I want you guys to focus on. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the New World Order? What if? And I typed in what if and I couldn't find it because I knew it started like that. All right. Who controls North Korea? Who really controls North Korea? There was a Obama connection there at one point. Who controls several agencies within the US, EU, and abroad? Why is no such agency so vital? That's NSA. Enormous scale of events currently ongoing. Why is Russia helping to kill ISIS? See, these are such good thoughts, aren't they? And of course, Trump completely destroyed ISIS when he got in. This is not easy to accept nor believe. Crumbs make bread. Operations active. Joint missions underway. The world is fighting back. Refer back to graphic, The Great Awakening, Snow White, Iron Eagle, Jason Bourne, 2016 Dream CIA. Man, there's so much there, but I'm not even going to go into that. Man, we could just go forever, couldn't we? But yeah, so just, we're not going to go there. To be on topic, what if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the New World Order?
The reception, and I'll do a side-by-side of the reception of then President Obama.
He
and
doesn't
now
respect Obama. Nobody does. Highly overrated, and he's a divider. Biden will go down as the worst president in history because I think what he did on the border. So,
and how do you explain your relationship with President Xi? Because it seems as cordial as it can be. He doesn't seem like the warmest guy in the world on the outside.
He is. He's warm. I mean, look, he's smart. He's a very smart person, but we have a good relationship. No, he has to respect somebody. He's no games. He's not like, let's talk about how did the Yankees do last night? Okay, who cares? They don't care. He's all about China. It's
but their economy
is consummate thing.
Their economy's hurting.
I don't know. I've been hearing that about them for 40 years, that their economy is hurting. I've been hearing about it. I'm always hearing about it. Look, we want to open it up. It's massive. And we want to get all of those companies and many more in there and make a lot of money and a lot of jobs.
Good to see you,
America.
Dave.
That's all. It's very simple. And I've done it better than anybody else.
Dave, hello from NW, Oregon, not Portland. We're not all retarded in Oregon. I'm glad. So good to see you. Oh, yes, I'm supposed to see you guys. This is so bad. I told you I was going to talk to you. This is so bad. Okay, we're going way back. New Year. Watching from the start. Speed up. Not sure if the bat fits your personality, but you be you. And good to see you, B28. Who could be against food? Exactly. It's probably to do with China making the deals. So really good to see you, Mrs. Scott Free, B28. We got Pixie Cox again. We got Donna Be Cool. Brad needs a finger snap at the Nads. You are here doing good for the cause. Red is Super Mario mode. Sorry, Red. Cheeseheads. Oh yeah, dude. No, actually, he's been so busy behind the scenes doing quite a bit of things. But yeah, he likes to play video. It's so much fun actually to just sit down and have such fun like that. And I think he's doing that to get certain stream hours too, which is fun. I freaking play Fortnite. It's okay to have a little fun when you're saving the world. But yes, no, I get it. Don't take me wrong. I have you much respect. No, yeah, dude, 100%. Rock and roll. I love to see Brad CGC production on the Vegas false flag slaughter. Yeah, I don't know which one you're referring to, but yeah, black helicopters. I've seen black helicopters. I definitely have. Yeah. Isn't that weird once you realize those things? All right. Dave, do you think there was sky blue, navy blue, or white colored birds on the tarmac at LAS? Oh, I don't know. A little cryptic there. Oh, no, dude, you're good. You're totally chill. All right, we're going to keep playing this. If you guys are fine. We're actually getting pretty close to the end of it. So I think we will do it.
Deficit's way down from what it used to be, way down with China. And this could end any deficit with China. China's been very good. China treated our presidents with great disrespect.
Oh,
We have
Shadow Ink
a lot of presidents,
Designs.
and I was a Reagan
Good to
fan
see
and
you.
him. I liked him. I thought he was great.
Over on X.
Great style and everything, but he was not good on trade. We lost the car industry to Japan and Germany and others. People have liabilities and whatever, but we had some presidents that were really, really bad. They allowed our country to be just absolutely decimated. And when you look at what happened with Biden, when you look at what happened, the way everybody treated him, there was zero respect. Obama, too. The Iran nuclear deal was the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made. If I didn't go in and terminate that deal, Iran would have a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it. We wouldn't even maybe sitting here right now.
Can I
They would
ask
have
you
used
this,
it.
though?
No, but John, they would have used it. The Iran nuclear
I agree
deal.
with you.
Then if I didn't go in with the B-2 bombers 9 months ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. And by the way, the one thing they told me, because I deal with the Iranian leaders now a little bit, they said very strongly, they said, because they said, we're getting the nuclear dust. That was a term I made up because it's sort of, you know, it's a simpler term for people to understand. It's nuclear dust, sort of dusty. But I said, we get the nuclear dust. They said, you will get it. They agreed to it, right? They agreed to it. But then they take it back, then they agree, you know, it's back and forth. I don't know. I think they have a lot of problems with the leadership. But Sean, they said, we get the nuclear dust. They said, there's only 2 countries that can get it. Who? You and China. Nobody else has the technology. I said, why do you say? He said, because when you hit that thing, the whole mountain collapsed on it. I said, so you're saying we really hit it good, didn't we? He said, there's no way that any normal country can, the only 2 countries that can go down and get that are you and China. It's very interesting because CNN was saying, well, maybe it wasn't hit that badly, it was hit. And what they did is they took a lot of credit away from those great B-2 pilots and the Tomahawk submarines. And, you know, we had the submarine shooting Tomahawks in there, 30 Tomahawks. We obliterated it. And before the pilots even go back, I remember CNN saying, well, maybe it wasn't hit that badly. Maybe it wasn't. They didn't even know anything. And they were saying that. The top person said to me, there's 2 countries that can get that. We can't get it even if we wanted to because we don't have the technology or the equipment. They said us and China. It's very interesting.
60% enriched uranium to be weapons grade, 90% enriched in under 12 days.
Yeah.
And they were bragging to your Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff.
If I didn't go in with the B-2 bombers that week, that day, that week, they would right now have a nuclear bomb.
So it was that imminent.
Well, I thought so.
The intelligence told you
I
so.
thought that they were very close to having a nuclear weapon, and it all emanated from those 3 sites that we hit, and we hit them good. We hit them good. And when he told me that, and he wasn't saying that as a negotiation, he just said, we can't get it. We'll never be able to get it. They're not, you know, you got to move like the weight of a mountain. And it was a granite mountain. Those bombs went right down air chutes. I guarantee they'll never build an air chute again.
This is the bunker.
Think of it, at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, we dropped bombs. Every one of those bombs went down an air chute and exploded. And the whole mountain collapsed on top of that site. And the Iranian leaders told me that they would be, and everybody else, other than, literally, he said us in China. And I don't know that China can do it. I know we can do it, but it's a big project. To get it, it's a big project.
Do you feel there's been people that have, and generals that I've spoken to, that think you have to get the dust, which is the enriched uranium, or have you been told that maybe a way to entomb it that they could never get to it?
So we were thinking about doing it early on, and it would take a while. It would take a week and a half. That's a long time to be in enemy territory. No, you got to move these massive amounts of granite. You know, it's a granite. Granite's the hardest stone. It's amazing that it's you know what. Those were really powerful bombs that we used. And don't forget, we hit it on top of that. We hit Tomahawks on top of that. No, I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I think it's important for the fake news that we get it. I'm the one that said we're going to get it, and we're going to get it. We have our eye on it. So Space Force was my creation. I did that in my first term. It's going to end up going down as one of the most important of all of our military. It's
So
the
it
first time
can, it
since the
can
Air
be
Force.
entombed
Yeah, it can be.
with eyes on it.
It can be, but I'd rather get it, to be honest with you. It can be, a lot of things can happen, and even despite the statement that, they can't get it, they are, first of all, if we left right now, it would take Iran 25 years to rebuild, and it can never be like it was. It would take 25 years. I would rather get it, but we have our eyes on it. We know exactly what's happening there. We had the other day, there was a man that tried to get into the chute. We saw there was a door that was blown to smithereens, and we know everything that's happening. If they ever moved on, and I told them that, if they send a force over there to try, where I see somebody's trying, all we'll do is just hit it with a couple of bombs, and that's going to be the end of that. They won't do it. I said, we have 9 cameras on that site, on those 3 sites, 24 hours a day. We know exactly what's happening. Nobody's even gotten close to it. They looked at it at the beginning, and they said, there's no way that anybody can ever get down to the nuclear dust.
You think it's...
But I'd still rather have it. I'd rather get it. I just feel better if I got it, actually. But I think it's more for public relations than it is for anything else. The other thing we could do is bomb it again, just make it absolute. But I would feel better getting it. So, and we will get it.
Let me go back to a question that has come up before for you, and I want to get into more detail because we are in Beijing. The issue of Chinese students in our universities.
Yes, he is in Beijing.
More importantly, in my mind,
I'm just going to finish, just so you guys know, I'm going to finish the rest of it since we're so close. And then I'll go through the rest of what I have as quick as I can. No, button up the show. So thank you so much for joining. I love you all. I will be back after this. I'm going to grab some coffee. And yes, see you on the other side.
is that Chinese nationals have been buying up thousands and thousands of acres of farmland, ranch land, and land near military installations. Now, I would assume I'm in Beijing. If I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations, I don't think President
No,
Xi...
they wouldn't let you. I don't, look, it's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. Obama did nothing about it. They bought a lot of it during the Obama administration. He did nothing about it. As far as the students, it's 500,000 students they come, good students. I could tell them, I don't want any students, is a very insulting thing to say to a country. They would then immediately go out and start building universities all over China. But if you don't have those students, good students, by the way, if you don't, and we do another thing, if they're good and they want to stay in America, we won't give them a green card and things like that. And that, not only them, but other countries. But if you want to see a university system die, take 500,000 people out of it. And the ones that won't be hurt are the top schools. The top schools will do fine, but your lower schools, the ones that don't do quite as well, they'll be dying all over the place. I frankly think that it's good that people come from other countries and they learn our culture, and many of them want to stay here. I think it's good. Not everybody agrees with me.
I just wanted to say good night, Pixie Cox. Thank you so much for joining. You're such a sweetheart. And she said, what are the Dems going to do in South Carolina? Probably come out that on voting day, you can't count any more ballots after closing the polls. It's election day, not election month. Yeah, right. We'll see. Yeah, sweet dreams. Oh, you're so sweet. B28. Yep. I hope you have a good rest of your night. And okay, I'm going to finish the rest of this.
And it doesn't sound like a very conservative position. And I'm a conservative guy. I'm really a common sense guy, I think, more than a conservative guy. I think MAGA is common sense. People understand we want strong borders, we want strong military, we want good education, we want low interest rates, we want. But
I think people would argue they worry about, do they have nefarious intentions?
I know, and we worry about that. And honestly, they do things to us and we do things to them. It's a very, very fine line, the whole thing with students. So they have 500,000 students, and our university system does great. You know, it does great. You want to screw it up, take 500,000 students out. And you're gonna see bankruptcies at the lower end of good colleges, but they're not known or whatever. You're gonna have a lot of problems. So it's something I'm always looking at. But it's a very insulting thing to tell a country, we don't want your people in our schools. I mean, it really is. Now, I'll have people say, oh, that's a terrible thing. You know, it is a very insulting thing. And it's very interesting. It's something didn't come up today, came up last time. But I will tell you that school systems don't want that to happen because you won't have much of a school system.
All right, Mr. President, when they look through the history books, this summit, what will people be saying 10 years from now?
Well, I think it's a very historic summit. It's the two great countries. I call it the G2. This is the G2. They have G7, they had the G8. This is the G2. And I think it'll go down as a very important moment in history. And maybe more than anything else, a great moment of respect.
Mr. President,
Thank
we
you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Oh, I realized I was muted there. All right, so that was pretty good. That was kind of fun to watch that live, guys. Okay, let's move this over. Let's make sure I have everything here. Okay, we went through that. Man, okay. We didn't even read that. There's so many things. Because I've been going for 3 hours and people need to go night-night, I'm assuming. So let me clear this up for just a moment. I'll lead us out with some stuff. So if people want to hang out, they can. But it's like, I know I always like to highlight. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Like, I'm always liking to highlight people or anons. B2. Okay, hold on. Where is your freaking account? Hold on, I'll have to find you a different way. Okay, before I do that though, let me, oh yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, so we're gonna jump over here for a minute. This was actually really cool. Just give me enough time to do that. So Julie Donuts had put out a video of Promethean Action from like a snippet from them. And Trump reposted her, which was great and everything. But yes, it was their content as well. So I think she had thanked them and it was like really cool, like way to go, shout out. And so then they mentioned it back. So it's kind of cool to see that we're all connected. We're all over the place.
Let me just add two things. First of all, Adam, let's give a shout out to Julie Donuts, who's on, because it was her post that was reposted by the president. So thank you, Julie. Donut.
Is she in the chat?
She's in the chat. I saw her a couple of times.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah, I didn't see you. Yes, thank you very much. You were so I only joined X.com last December, I think it was. And you were definitely one of the first people I noticed that was clipping our stuff and reposting it. So thank you very much.
Let me also say something about
enlightening.
I thought that was pretty cool. Just this is really what Where We Go When We Go all about, guys. It's all about us having, because again, yes, it's very much American based, but then it's spread out. Because Q even mentioned that. Like Q's like, hey, it's Where We Go When We Go all worldwide. That's why you'll see me do that if I go WWG1GA. WW, that's what that means, is that it's a worldwide thing. We need everybody on deck. All hands on deck, right? So, yeah, very, very cool. I love to see Trump highlighting the Anons. Such a fun time, man. Such a fun time to be alive. Okay, since you're in chat, I don't know if you're still here, B28. Hold on. Where is it? There was something that reminded me. Anyways, I don't think it's here. I'm at the wrong place. Dude, but some of these, okay, by the way, yes. Yeah, just me R2, rock and roll memes, 100%, by the way. And I always will go here. There's a bunch of meme people that I'll just follow and then like gather the memes. Then I don't post them all the time, but I definitely save them. Now, this is great. I haven't even watched this, but this is by Titanium, and they put out some really good videos as well, like a fellow video maker. I'm going to play this as a highlight. I also have this post by the 4th of July 365 that I'm going to read. And I do also have a shorter video of a montage of shootings that may have been related to possible MK Ultra style tactics. So I'm going to try to just pop through all of these. And then I also have a montage that I made. It actually did really well on X. It's got shared 671 times. Because what it is, it's a montage of the posts that Trump did on his timeline. So I'll probably lead us out with that. So we'll play this. Let's hit it and pop through these as fast as we can. Guys, thank you so much for joining. And oh, yeah, good. Okay, you're here. Yeah, it was something else I was looking for that it reminded me of, but I don't think I even have it. So I'll finish up tomorrow, getting sleepy, rest well. Oh, so sweet. Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, so I'm going to pop through these, and I will see you guys on the other side. Shouldn't take too long here.
Evil losing grip now, just can't pull the strings. But the map comes full circle, back channels ping. From the Kremlin to the Capitol, lines in the dark, nations locking arms, igniting the spark. Bloodlines built the throne, thought it'd never crack. Cabal in the show, now they feel the backlash. Whispers turn to roars, the whole global line. Q movement worldwide, rewiring the grind. No more silent nights, the signal's loud and clear.
Worldwide.
Every corner of the earth, the storm is finally here. Worldwide, we're taking it back tonight. Deep state falling, losing the fight. Cabal's fortress cracking under the light. Blood lines breaking, we own the mic. Worldwide, hands up, feel the surge. Back channels burning, we're on the verge. One rhythm, one pulse, the world's patriots emerge. Victory's calling, let the freedom surge. Let the freedom surge. Tokyo to Tel Aviv, the pact is sealed tight. Hidden handshakes in the dead of night. No flag waving public, but the move's precise. Every leader linked up, paying the price. Deep state empire slipping on the edge. The old world order losing all its leverage. We flipped the script, the underground rise. Global heartbeat pounding under neon skies. No more silent nights, the signal's loud and clear. Every corner of the earth, the storm is finally here. Worldwide, we're taking it back tonight. Deep state trembling, losing the fight. Cabal's fortress cracking under the light. Blood line breaking, we own the mic. Worldwide, hands up, feel the surge. Back channels burning, we're on the verge. One rhythm, one pulse, the world's patriots merge. Victory's calling, let the freedom surge. Yeah. Feel it in the bass, the earth starts to shake. Old guard falling, new dawn awake. No retreat, no surrender, the alliance awake. Worldwide forever, make the whole world quake. Worldwide, we're taking it back tonight. Deep patriots merge, victory's calling. Let the freedom surge worldwide, worldwide. We rise worldwide, worldwide. We rise.
That is awesome. We are here to unite and provide the truth. Rock and roll. That's a great video. Titanium has a bunch of them that they put out. And yeah, so definitely support your fellow memers out there. All right, now we're going to go to this. And it's funny because all these pages I'm starting to come across, y'all reach out to these anons, be like, hey, I showed your, meme on the show, or I read your thing. And most of them are really more than willing to like engage and go, well, that's great, cool. And they follow you. And then you start sharing each other's stuff. This is how we fight the propaganda machine. This is how we push back. This is the part of when the fake news gets exposed, and POTUS has, he's got the war side covered, exposure of the deep state covered, right? The agencies, weaponized agencies have been weaponized against all of us worldwide. And then the media, the propaganda, whatever, that is for us to take the reins. And so I love to highlight anybody that just really is speaking truth or putting out some good stuff. So Mr. Star Spangled Banner, MAGA, and their handle is 4th of July 365. They say, Dear President Trump, over the last decade, you've endured a relentless gauntlet of attacks designed to destroy you. Multiple assassination attempts, 2 sham impeachments, politically weaponized indictments, the Mar-a-Lago raid, the Russia hoax, kicked off of Twitter, kicked off of Facebook, multiple witch hunts, election interference, constant vicious media smears, coordinated deep state leaks, big tech collusion. I mean, this is insane, this list, and every single one that he mentions here, I remember them. It has been nonstop. They even targeted your wife, your adult children, and your youngest son, Barron, trying to break you psychologically by hurting the people you love. And oh boy, they've done that. Yeah. You never flinched. You stayed in the arena. You took every punch, kept fighting so our children could inherit a strong, sovereign, free America, not a weak, woke ruin. Thank you, sir. America is back because you refused to quit. In freedom, Mr. Star Spangled Banner, Star Spangled MAGA. And I loved it. I love a post like this because they're thinking, they're writing, they're putting it out. And we need to be the news now and expose that. So that thought, that post made me want to play this video. And it just is about the nature of Trump. That's why I want to play this video. Is he has always had these ideas that drive him. Number one is never quit. I've seen him say it over and over again. And of course, he would always say, don't drink, don't smoke, don't do things to hurt your body, right? He'd say those things as well. I found some really good early clips of him. But one of the big things he would say is don't ever quit, no matter what. He's not saying you're not going to hit these roadblocks, but he's saying don't quit. And this is all about the mindset. He's telling you, you need to, in your mind, on a daily basis, not give up, be a fighter, find a way around,
Do not take no for an answer. Obviously don't be a dick about it. You know what I mean? But that mindset. And he's the president. Isn't that wild? He's bringing that mindset as a president. So that's pretty intense. Okay, so I'll play this and I'll pull up the other things real quick.
What will future Americans say we did in our brief time right here on Earth? Did we take risks? Did we dare to defy expectations? Did we challenge accepted wisdom and take on established systems? I think I did, but we all did, and we're all doing it. Or did we just go along with convention, swim downstream so easily with the current? Remember this, nothing worth doing ever came easy. Following your convictions means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack the same courage to do what is right. And they know what is right, but they don't have the courage or the guts or the stamina to take it and to do it. In my short time in Washington, I've seen firsthand how the system is broken. A small group of failed voices who think they know everything and understand everyone want to tell everybody else how to live and what to do and how to think. But you aren't going to let other people tell you what you believe, especially when you know that you're right. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God.
Amen. I saw some White Squall talk out there. Rock and roll. I freaking love that show. It's so good. It's so good. I actually put clips of that in the Stand By Me video I made because it's just so good, you know. And man, that's a heart jerker, man. The wife, she dies. That part I cried. I was like, what? I'm not used to movies like this. Like, so sad. But it's based on a true story. And yeah, wild. Okay, so I had these. It's just like I'm so long gone. I think what I'll do, because we have such little time, I'm trying to cut it off short is what I'm saying. We've gone long. It's like I really want to play this just because they were not able to do the MK Ultra D class yesterday because, or the whistleblowers, you know, coming out. And that's the reason why the D class hasn't happened is because the CIA keeps preventing it. So with that in mind, I wanted to play this and just to summarize that MK Ultra not only has to do like with, you know, the drugs and the repetition and things like that. But there's also frequencies and fields like I've talked about in depth around our body and our mind, and we're electrical beings. So this kind of dives into it. And play this real quick. I'll come back
and I'll say my goodbyes, and I'll lead you out with a few videos.
A man has been arrested for gunning down 4 people after ranting about mind control. Stephen Marlowe was apprehended in Kansas over the weekend following a 2-day manhunt.
What was his motive? That's what the nation wants to know. Authorities say the Nashville bomber, 63-year-old Anthony Warner, may have been obsessed with conspiracy theories about 5G phone technology, which could explain why the bomb was detonated outside the AT&T building, disrupting cell service in 5 states.
A Kentucky man is accused of murdering his neighbor.
911. Yeah, I just wanted to call and say, hey, I just shot Adam Broward. You know, I've been tortured for 5 years now.
James Gleason called to say that he had shot his neighbor, and a detective testified that Gleason told him that torture was his neighbors using direct energy weapons on him.
In November, Elaine, he went into that federal facility in Anchorage, which, by the way, is very routine. A lot of people will go to an FBI office with a tip or information. He walked in saying people were trying to control his mind. The FBI said he was having terroristic thoughts.
We are studying these pictures tonight of Aaron Alexis, showing what his friends say they saw. Someone smiling, unthreatening. But we now know there is evidence he was hearing voices.
He claimed after an argument at a Virginia airport, an unidentified person had sent 3 people to follow him and to keep him awake by talking to him and sending vibrations to his body through a microwave machine.
In September, Myron May reported to police himself that he was being watched and observed and could hear voices coming through the walls.
He expressed fears of being targeted and that he wanted to bring attention to this issue of targeting.
What's going on today, bro?
The demons, man.
Demons?
Voices.
Yeah, no problem.
Voices.
Voices and demons?
Where's the voices?
It's only a person that is truly, genuinely tormented by these voices that goes in this kind of rampage.
One of the objects of the misuse of this technology is to provoke the targeted individual into self-destructive behavior. And these mass shootings are an exhibition of that. I think eventually there'll be enough dots that people will be able to put the picture together about what is happening with the mass shooters. The truth, I think, will come to light, and I think that all of this will be stopped.
It all makes sense. I full-heartedly believe they experience subliminal manipulation via directed energy or otherwise. The ultimate goal there is control.
It can fracture the mind, which is part of the MKUltra programming, is the fracturing of the mind. And make no mistake about it, the targeted individual program is MKUltra, but done in a remote sense.
It's mind control. It's a way to manipulate you and control your behavior, control your thoughts.
This program has the danger of controlling the entire global population to cause assassinations and killings where there is no contact, there is no linkage to the people running the program.
The perfect weapon, right? So crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm grabbing something real quick. Oh, so many more videos. Oh, it's so adorable. Okay, so now you guys are so awesome for hanging out with me this whole time. I think I'll just lead us out with I'm gonna lead us out with this one. But before I go, you guys are so awesome hanging out in there. Oh, we got Where We Go When We Go All. GTG, good to see you. And, you know, it's like, okay, I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to be savvy, guys. I'm going to read an ad for you about coffee. I'm like literally drinking coffee right now. So that's cool. Let's see if I can get this thing up. Hold on. Before I go. Okay. Accept and start. I haven't done this for a while. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see this. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee. Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the black. You're getting the dark bold roast that hits hard, smooth medium roast, and the Vitality Mushroom Coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no rush. Oh man, I've heard really good stuff about the mushroom stuff. I've wanted to order it so many times, but I haven't. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. Rock and roll. The frother, strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions. Oh, I've heard Brad read this one too. It's so funny. And a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble and wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. So go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. So rock and roll. Thank you. 1775coffee.com. And yeah, go check them out. I mean, we all drink coffee. I go through coffee like crazy. Brad knows. It's wild. All right. So thank you everybody for hanging out. This has been a fun stream. I wasn't really as organized as I wanted to be. But that's okay. You guys are so nice to me anyways. Dave 75, rock and roll out there. It was like I was going to read your comment and then I got sidetracked as I usually do. Where was it? Okay. I was born in Oregon in 1975. It's insulting how people think of us without knowing we were hijacked by vote by mail. Oh, dude, I know. And actually, I got to tell you, I do know there's Patriots where you're at because that's actually where me and Brad kind of first met up, had our first date, was at a Patriot get together. It was really fun. And there was, it was done by one of my friends who used to be on Patriot Soapbox, and Patriot Soapbox is still around, by the way. And yeah, so that was in Oregon. So I was like, oh, there's some cool people here, obviously. So yeah. Anyways, I feel for you. And they were hijacked by vote by mail. I could definitely agree with that. I don't know a single blue-haired lefty. We're a farm state. Oh, we're a farm state overthrow. Maybe like, yeah, they took over by the votes. Yeah. And you could see if it doesn't add up. You're like, well, there's not a bunch of lefties all over the place. We're just farmers out here. How does that keep happening? Yeah, that points to rigged voting, which I believe happened 100%. Oh, thanks, Abs. Yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, White Squall. I wonder if I should play the side by side too. I might lead you guys out with a bunch of videos. Don't feel like you got to stay and watch them. But it's just something like when people trigger things in me, I'm like, wow, I should play that one too and that one too. So thank you so much, everybody. Please give me thumbs up on the way out. And I will be finding someone to raid as well if there's people still up. So with that being said, I made this montage and it's from all the videos. I should correct that. It's all the videos pertaining to Hillary Clinton, her emails, Obama, Spygate, Russiagate, vilified Trump posts from Trump. And he went on a big spree. It was 2 nights ago. And that's also when he highlighted some of the anons were these videos. So what I did is I took them and I cut out the really good meat of it, combined them all. So I'm going to play this for you. And I said, your house of cards is crumbling. Your corruption is being exposed for the world to see. Nothing can stop what is coming. So I'll lead you guys out with this. I hope you have a wonderful night. Remember, God wins. Pray for Trump. Pray for the whistleblowers. Pray for Trump's cabinet. Pray for all the military people, like even people that are deployed, yes, but also just even within. That's Sparky, by the way. You want to say hi, Sparky? You want to say hi to the world? He's such a snorter right now. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can get this thing down here. Sparky, can you be seen? Sometimes my camera goes, like it disconnects when I move this. That's why I'm a little hesitant to do this. I hope you don't lose me. Hold on. Sparky, hold on. Sparky, come here. Say hi, Sparky. Oh, Sparky. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. Let's get full screen here. Oh, Sparky. You're in the camera now. Do you hear the snort? It's funny because he does that when he's really like, it's almost like a purr or something. I don't get it. How you doing? We've been thinking about doing like getting a female pug and maybe having pug babies, but I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think? Huh? What do you think about it? Okay. All right. So, oh, there he goes. Here goes my headphones. Let's see if I can get this back up a little bit. Oh, I lost it. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, gosh. At least you guys can hear me. All right. Well, with that, I will lead you guys out. I love you all. And hopefully I can still share this. Okay. I think I can. Okay. You just can't see me, but that's cool. We're all cool. All right. God bless y'all. And I will see you. Oh, I'm actually going to go on a show on Sunday. Real AF Patriot and Average Joe Patriot. If you guys know them, I'm going to jump on their show on Sunday. I wish I knew the time. I'm so bad. But just know Sunday, I'm going to be there. So locate their show for Sunday. All right. I'll leave you guys out with this. Love y'all. Where we go one, we go all.
During closed-door testimony last summer, former FBI lawyer Lisa Page said the Obama administration's Justice Department advised the FBI not to pursue the gross negligence statute for Hillary Clinton in the mishandling of classified information.
What I can assure the American people is that this investigation was done honestly, competently, and independently.
Fox News has confirmed that the chart listed possible federal statutes for prosecution. Next to gross negligence was a notation, quote, DOJ not willing to charge this. Only known cases are military. Cases when accused lost the information. In response to the Page revelations, the president tweeted the transcripts, quote, make the Obama Justice Department look exactly like it was, a broken and corrupt machine.
A newly released FBI file showed President Obama used a pseudonym to exchange emails with then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Mr. President, when did you first learn that Hillary Clinton used an email system outside the U.S. government for official business while she was Secretary of State?
At the same time, everybody else learned it through news reports.
That comment triggered immediate alarm from Clinton's top advisors. Cheryl Mills writing, we need to clean this up. We need to clean this up. He has emails from her. They do not say state.gov.
Systems like real-time events, real-time boost, and Hivemind assign higher amplification scores
I hope you have a good
stories
night.
related to targeting Trump.
Right.
So making this statement puts you at risk. That's why someone's lying here and someone's a felon.
Who was aware of it, why it was not disclosed to Congress, who requested and authorized the additional unmasking, whether anyone directed the intelligence community to focus on Trump associates, and whether any laws, regulations, or procedures were violated.
The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, releasing a bombshell report today that shows a conspiracy by a sitting president, Barack Obama, and his intel agencies to sabotage the president-elect, Donald Trump, brainwash the electorate, and undermine the legitimacy of an election.
There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't.
And it turns out that the Obama administration doctored the intelligence to make it look like Putin and Trump stole the election. The Obama administration cherry-picked the intelligence,
Mr.
lied about their
Scott-Free.
sources, misquoted sources, didn't corroborate their claims, suppressed intelligence that ran counter to their
Roll,
narratives,
heavy metal riff.
and even
Let's
used
go.
anonymous internet postings.
Donald Trump knows that the Russians helped him win in 2016.
Putin hated Secretary Clinton so much that the flip side of that coin was he had a clear preference for the person running against the person he hated so much.
It was Russia in a very systematic way in trying to interfere in the election and to try to advance the prospects of Donald Trump being elected.
There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump.
Now, I don't know if it's possible to indict a former president for actions he took while in office. I'm not a lawyer, proudly. But Brennan, Comey, and others may have severe liability. Trey Gowdy says we know for a fact that Brennan committed perjury when he lied to Congress.
Director Brennan, do you know who commissioned the Steele dossier?
I don't.
Do you know if the Bureau ever relied on the Steele dossier as part of any court filings, applications?
I have no awareness.
Did the CIA rely on it?
No.
Why not?
Because we did. It wasn't part of the corpus of intelligence information that we had. It was not in any way used as a basis for the intelligence community assessment that was done. It was not.
Well, that's a lie. Whatever happens to these guys is not revenge. It's accountability. And it's time for people to pay the price.
I hate to say this, but President Barack Obama, there is now incontrovertible evidence that he was the spearhead of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government back in 2016. We must, absolutely must, hold every one of these criminals accountable for the crimes that they committed. They are the most heinous crimes committed in American history. James Comey, John Brennan, Clapper, Rice, Biden was in the meeting in July 28th in the Oval Office. They briefed Barack Obama on Hillary Clinton's plan to, quote, tie Trump to Russia collusion lies. It consumed our national discourse for 5 years. It undermined a sitting duly elected president. It sabotaged administration. It framed a three-star general. It destroyed and ripped this country apart. We had a constitutional crisis, the likes of which I don't think any American can fully comprehend. It is atrocious, and every single one of them must be held accountable.
Under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a, hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion.
3 of the 4 FISA warrants signed by James Comey himself. You had to verify the authenticity of it to sign off on it. And he signed 3 of the 4 of them. Fast forward a little bit. All the people that signed every FISA warrant eventually went before Lindsey Graham. Yeah. All of them said, asked the question, knowing what we know now, would you ever sign that FISA warrant? Knowing what I know now, of course not. Right. But they knew at the time.
They kept the spreadsheet. This is one of the big stories we broke on your show.
I remember.
Spreadsheet. They went through every sentence of the dossier. Right. 90% were either disproven, unverified, or unverifiable.
The letter says a comprehensive review by the intelligence agencies who have final say on classification matters found, quote, several dozen emails containing classified information. The new findings are striking, given Clinton's first public statement about her personal server.
There is no classified materials. There is no classified materials.
The demonstrators claim billions of dollars were stolen through the Haiti Reconstruction Commission headed by Bill Clinton. They also say Haiti was used as a cover for foreign governments to funnel kickbacks of possibly hundreds of millions of dollars through the Clinton Foundation. They say it was done in exchange for favors that Hillary was doing for them as Secretary of State. They say they want their message to get out so Americans won't vote for her if she runs for president.
We are telling the world of the crimes that Bill and Hillary Clinton are responsible for in Haiti. And we are telling the American people that the over 32,000 emails that Hillary Clinton said she deleted have evidence of the crimes they've committed.
Good early morning, Carly and Todd. This report from Substack, citing multiple unnamed sources, claims the U.S. intelligence community asked foreign spy agencies to help spy on more than 24 associates of Donald Trump in the run-up to the 2016 election.
If this binder contains what we have been told that it contains, which may include raw intelligence, information showing that the U.S. government, the CIA and the intelligence community of the U.S. government, initiated the Russia collusion hoax.
Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, James Comey, Clapper, Brennan. There were so many bad actors in this, and the lawfare against President Trump to take him out afterwards with the prosecutions, 4 prosecutions for non-crimes, trying to bankrupt Trump for non-fraud several times, trying to take him off the ballot unconstitutionally. In several states, tried to take off his head by underfunding his Secret Service protection, and Biden saying Trump was a fascist and the gravest threat to democracy and to put a bullseye on. These lawfare Democrats must be held accountable. Barack Obama is the most demonic force in American politics in decades. He is an evil man who is a Marxist Trojan horse, who was the worst actor in politicizing and weaponizing our intel agencies and law enforcement to go after your political enemies. This guy is a fraud. He is a Marxist, and he is subversive. He's the Trojan horse.
Oh yeah, as always, everybody, if you're still hanging out, give me thumbs up on the way out. I would very much appreciate it. Much love to you. Let's go.
The ship beneath you is not a toy, and sailing's not a game.
So why the hell do it?
Bill's character, Mr. Preston, of which you are in desperately short supply.
They came from different places.
And this Ocean Academy isn't recognized as accredited.
It'll be a good thing, Dad.
They sailed for different reasons.
I don't want to be what I was when I left.
There you go.
Anonymous.
But there was only one way.
We'll do it together.
I can't.
Climb!
To survive on his ship.
I will challenge them, and they will come together.
Become a team.
Where we go one, we go all.
Because where he was taking them...
What are they doing?
Claiming their place in the world.
Could not be measured in miles. They thought they had survived the greatest challenge of their lives.
We had come through every kind of seas imaginable.
Except a white squall.
But it was only...
White squalls are a phenomenon of the imagination.
The calm.
What happened to my ship was not imagined.
Before the storm. Fargo Entertainment presents a film about loyalty.
Where we go one,
we go out. Discovery.
But we're a crew. That's what this whole thing is about.
And courage.
Don't you walk out on this, Skipper, you don't!
Captain, they're only boys.
We listened to you, we believed you!
That's what it's all about, guys. I don't know who's still here. I was like, I gotta play White Squall.
In a Ridley Scott
clip here.
White Squall. Based on a true story.
So that's the video. Prepare for the storm. And it connects to the White Squall. There's your connection there.
Maybe it's the calm before the storm.
What's the storming?
Could be calm before the storm.
Welcome to the beginning. The elite rule is ending. Look around you, we ain't kidding. We got dirt. Now if you can imagine, combine collaborate action, working in motion for traction. Awakened together, our nations speak boldly in freedom and truth, side by side. Side by side. Side by side. Wandering to the forbidden to see what's been hidden. Look upon what was unwritten, kept in the dark. The world still spins through the ages, circumvent each of the stages. Awaken, grow through the phases of the heart. The entire world awakened together, our nations speak boldly in freedom and truth, side by side. Unify. Side by side. Side by side.